There it goes. Oh, that got turned down somehow. Okay. How'd that get turned down? Hmm. I was like, uh-oh. I just updated OBS. I was hoping that wasn't it. Charge up the mouse a little bit. Hmm. I tell you, I've never had a printer, a relatively simple store-bought printer, work this flawlessly. I mean, it's just giving me zero issues. Perfect first layer every time. Um, oh, by the way, the that little clog last week where the filament turned backwards, the flexible filament turned backwards in the extruder. Yeah, it was a piece of filament. I was saving it. I took a picture of it too. It was a piece of filament. Um, it was a piece of filament about that big. That's all that was in there. But because it had turned sideways and got jammed under the feeder wheel, it wasn't moving. It's amazing how strong TPU is. I could not cut it. I could not break it. What I ended up doing was I was changing out the nozzle for a 0.6 millimeter nozzle. So I took off the 0.4 and I put on a 0.6, and it was, first of all, it was absolutely clean inside the hot end. You see there's nothing in that nozzle. It's totally clean. Um, all I did was take the Allen key and shove it up from underneath and boop, and popped out that little piece of filament. Bad luck. Half my printers have that kind of feeder and they would have done the same thing. Um, but since then, zero issues. I can't find the power supply for my filament dryer, of course. So I thought usually I put the power supply in the filament dryer, but this time I didn't. So it's here somewhere. So I can't dry the TPU right now. So I'll have to work on that. So I've been printing PETG and PLA. Even though silk is a bad choice for rockets, it looks so cool. So I've been doing rockets in the co-extrusion silk, and it just looks so damn cool. I never got around to trying hips yet. I have a roll of hips here somewhere. Just gotta find it. I have 2 crates full of filament. It's in one of them. But yeah, this came out just amazing. Using an oven on low temperatures is a bad idea because ovens, unless you have a very, very good oven, and you'll have to test this with a meat thermometer, um, ovens have very poor temperature control at the low end like that. So it'd be very, very easy for you to accidentally go too high and melt your entire spool. Food dehydrators work fantastically. If you have one, get one. They work great. There's nothing wrong with a food dehydrator. And but again, you need the food dehydrator that has a digital output, for you to set the temperature. And even that is not very accurate, but it's consistent. So what you do is you put a meat thermometer in there and you set it to the desired temperature, with the spool of filament because you need that heat sink. And then you create yourself a little chart. Say, okay, when I set the device to 100, it's actually 90 or it's actually 110. But yeah, food dehydrators work fantastically. Or if you can get one affordably, buy a dedicated one. They work fine too. The only one that doesn't work is the oven. Ovens are just not reliable in that regard. I'm going to test my air fryer later and see how accurate it is. Because the last thing I want to do is melt, you know, $120 worth of TPU. Now, the way I'm hoping to make this work with my rocket is to, I put a bead of glue down the entire length on the inside there to hold this seam together. Well, the reason I'm going to use an air fryer is because, well, I don't have a conventional oven. I have a countertop oven, and it has an air fryer mode. And the reason I'm going to use the air fryer mode, if it can go to a low enough temperature, is because it circulates the air. There's a fan in there that circulates the air, so it's more likely to have a consistent temperature. With an oven, you just have an oven and a heating element, and you're going to have hot spots and you're going to have cold spots. So, you know, we're closer to the heating element, it's going to be really hot. Farther away is going to be really cold, relatively speaking. So a higher probability of messing something up, while the air fryer mode is going to circulate the air continuously. So that should result in more stable temperatures. In theory. It's not very power efficient, but it should be a little safer. Big vase finished. I was really pleased with how this came out. I just love the way that changes colors. This is that really wonky shaped vase. I absolutely love this thing. I did with the 0.6, so it's nice and sturdy. And I started printing these little cow lilies. What's really cool is that because of the co-extrusion, you get some parts of it are red and some parts of it are yellow. Well, the neat thing is you can make 4 different flowers with the same print. All you have to do is rotate the design 90 degrees. And then the co-extrusion will be on different parts of the flower for each one of those prints. So I have it set up with 4 of them in sequential printing. You know, one's this way, one's this way, one's this way, and one's 180 degrees. This way, each of them are different. So you can actually add some variety in your coloring just by using a co-extrusion roll, which is really cool. Let's check out my mini factory. Let's get this tab open up over here. What has Michael found today? Asger, how are you doing? Yeah, that's the Maxis vase. That's this vase here. Where did my thing go? Here it is. Okay. Oh, I can show this. Duh. Where is it? Oh, somehow it got shunted over here. How'd that happen? That was weird. Oh, it's upside down. Let's see. Transform. Rotate 180. There we go. Is it backwards? Nope. Looks like it's right side up. Hello, Mike. We are just continuing printing with the Mingda. And I've been keeping this thing busy all week. And I've printed more rockets. Just 2 rockets. So this is my dragon. This is a couple of different pieces. But I just love the way it does that color change. So as you can see, I've already had a problem with it splitting because the silk doesn't bond very well with itself. And now if I were to print this not in vase mode, it would probably work a bit better. You'd have a zit line, but you wouldn't have the splitting issue that you're gonna have with silk. Oh, how did I do that? But the worst case scenario, I can sleeve the rocket. So I could run a paper tube all the way up the length of the rocket so that the plastic is never pressurized. While it's annoying, it's worth it because the it's just so beautiful. It's absolutely gorgeous. And of course, the little one finished. We saw that already last week. That's the little version of the Maxis vase. And I'm pretty sure the calla lilies are on printables. Come on, why is it taking so long? Okay, I don't know where they are. Hang on. Let me find the name. Where the hell is the goddamn flowers? Calla lily flower. Okay. There we go. Are these different? That's not what I asked you to do. What is that? So I've been printing a lot of calla lily flowers. So I got all the stems printed. I still have to print all the spadexes. And I'm also printing the flowers, of course. And they're all vase mode, which I like. Why is this running so slow? Oh, that's a different one. That's also a different one. Neither of these is the one I have. Four four nine three six one. Why are you disobeying me? Because they're pretty. There it is. Why are you doing this? Oh, it goes to that page first, then it loads it. Weird. There we go. There's something wrong with my computer. It's running so slow, it's preposterous. Look at that. That is just stunning. This is the metallic rose from PETG from Atomic Filament. Atomic Filament sent me a couple rolls of filament, which I'm super thrilled by. And the result is this. So I scaled my vase that I have on Thingiverse. So I made it 135 tall and 60 by 60 on the X and Y. And I printed this in black marble atomic. And this is the blood diamond, golden blood diamond red from Atomic. The video does not do this justice. It doesn't show up on video. It just doesn't, because that is not what it looks like in real life. In real life, it's got a deep ruby color with a golden iridescence. My color temperature or something is way off, because that is just not what it looks like in real life. But these are absolutely stunning. No glue either. They all just hold together with friction. There's a little, you can see how it's got two little dimples on the stem on the bottom here. Well, the spadix inside here also has two dimples. You put the flower on, you shove the spadix through, and that holds all three pieces together. And of course, I did one with the Tech Sonar silk. Yeah, the colors are washed out on the video for some reason. Is there anything I can do to color correct? Let's see. It's not that. Properties. Configure video. Oh, here we go. I can do some adjustment. Let's see if I can get this to be a little more. Okay. Let's mess with white balance first. Oh, I can't change this. I can't change. I can adjust exposure. Nope. I can't change anything. Well, that's interesting. So all these settings for the camera, it won't let me change them. Filters. Effects filters. Color correction. Now I can make some changes. Ooh, that's a little better. That's kind of close. That's a little bit better. That's closer to what they look like. You son of a bitch. These fuckers don't want to turn around. But that's closer to what they look like. You can't really see the golden iridescence, but at least that color is closer to what they look like. So I'm making little vase flowers. I'm also going to make a real big one with a whole bunch of flowers. So this one's going to be the rose gold, the rose mist or whatever it is. Really pretty color. Atopic's one of my favorites because they make well, they're reasonably priced, $30-$35 a kilo for premium filament is not bad. And brightness needs to go up a little bit. There we go. That's a little better. But they also make their exotic colors in PETG, not just PLA. And that allows me to use them for my outdoor stuff that I want to use them for. We'll have to see how color stable they are. I'll have to put a couple of these outdoors and see how stable the colors are. Let's look at those shorts you were looking at. Oh, wow. Is that a belt printer?
I'm about to 3D print this wall sculpture. It's a custom order for an important client, and I need it to look amazing. The first challenge is to manage the high humidity here in the Philippines, so I keep my filament in a heated dry box. Now I have to carefully time the application of the primer, paint, and finishing coats. But if I get it right, the result is a beautiful matte finish. These long pieces keep falling over, so I use blue tack, a sticky clay, to keep them standing up. It takes hours and 918 screws to assemble all the pieces together in a honeycomb grid. While assembling, I'm nervous. This is the first time I get to see the sculpture take form in real life. Before shipping to the client, I install a laser-cut stainless steel plaque with a unique serial number and my signature. And here is the final result. And
that's kind of cool.
The client, they absolutely love it. I'm about to 3D print this wall sculpture. It's a custom order for an important client, and I need it to look amazing.
Oh, wow.
After weeks of working on this sculpture, I wasn't sure if it would turn out as...
Okay, I need the sound to stop. Because that's going to get me demonetized. And there's no way... Oh, there it is. So his shtick is the hexagonal sculptures, that's stunning. I'd hang that on my wall. Wow. See, I'd do something like that, but I would do printed colors instead of painting it, because I suck at painting. That's stunning. Jesus. Now, see, what would be fun with something like that for me would be I would just print it in like an array of colors, like every color I could find, and just make like a color rainbow. So it would be all printed in colors instead of painted, because I suck at painting. But that's this guy, Fix'em Dude. He makes the Cali. What else does he have? Dog sausage. Let's see. 3D models. That's kind of cool. Did I forget to put scroll lock on again? Yeah. Oh, he's the one who make the Doctor Who tissue box. Okay. Some peeps. That might be fun. Kind of like that too. Gingerbread Darth Vader's cool. Gingerbread TIE Fighter, nice. Wow, that's actually really cool. Huh. That's his latest item, okay. Hi, kitty. How you doing, baby? Yeah, good boy. That's a beautiful choice of color for that. That looks like a copper. Yeah, I'm definitely going to print that. Yeah, so closed up version. And let's go grab that one too. Okay. And we will download you too. I like Bugman. He makes good stuff too. 223 models. Holy crap, he's been busy. That's pretty. Ryobi rack, I'll probably use that. Oh, that's interesting. Oh, it is multi-piece. Okay. Oh, absolutely, we're going to print that. Oh, it's flat on the back. I don't want it flat. I guess it's okay. I definitely want to upscale that. Print a big one. Um, did I print anything else? I guess I've been kind of busy with these flowers. So I downscaled the vase. I printed the flower parts. So the way they work is the spadix has the same shape as this. And so they actually click together and they pinch and hold the flower in there together. So no glue required, which is pretty cool. These are a little heavier duty than normal because I'm printing with a 0.6 millimeter nozzle. They slice fine. But the two vases, the two rockets, and then I'm busy printing the flowers now. Ooh. But I am absolutely in love with this golden blood diamond red from Atomic. That is just stunning. I really want to print a big rocket out of that stuff. Like, really badly. It's just so nice looking. Wonder how heavy these flowers are. So I got my little drug dealer scale. Look at this. I love this. It's a teeny little scale. It's so adorable. So these flowers printed with the 0.6 millimeter nozzle are 8.3 grams roughly. There we go. 8.67 grams. So it takes 9 grams of filament to print each flower. Not bad. I could save by printing with a 0.4, which will make it 50% lighter, but I'd rather have durable. So I'll stick with the 0.6. Yeah, I love that little scale. The cover looks like a car remote. It's about the same size as a car remote. Actually smaller. My Kia remote is bigger. These don't allow commercial usage, I don't think. I'll have to ask him and see if he'll let me sell them. Yeah, no commercial use. So I'd have to get permission. He might. I'll ask. I've had pretty good results asking for permission for stuff like that. And but yeah, selling these locally would be pretty cool, especially if I theme them for the different holidays. So like a nice dark green vase and some yellow green flowers for like St. Patrick's Day, some pastels for Easter, the reds for Christmas. Just have different colors for different seasons. I would probably scale it up a little bit, make it a little bit bigger, and also glue it all together. So pour some glue into the bottom with some shot, so that it'd be weighted and less likely to fall over. What would be even better would be to design some shafts in the bottom of the vase for the flowers to lock into, um, so that I can fill the bottom with shot and epoxy to glue it together, give some weight, and then have the flowers just lock in. I might print those other colors too, just so I can have variety. Each flower's a little different. Oh wow. Unicorn, butterfly, dolphin, fish thing. Wow. Oh really? Nice. I hope she makes a lot of money, because that's a hard life. In order to maintain patrons, you've got to just continuously crank out good designs, and that's got to be hard. Oh, good. If she's doing well enough to get people to work for her, that's fantastic. Well, if it's big enough for her to pay people, that's amazing. It pisses me off when, you know, artists, die in poverty, and then after they're dead, all of a sudden now everybody wants their shit. How about wanting it when they're alive so they can earn a living? And so I like seeing success stories. I really like seeing that. Well, it makes sense. She's popular. Wow. I love the rose dragon. That's beautiful. Oh, lucky clover dragon. That's awesome. I didn't see that one. Well, yeah, there are some models that just really jive with certain filaments, where the filament makes all the difference in the world. Absolutely. Oh, by the way, there is an affordable source of co-extrusion. Hang on. Let me get you guys a link. $19 a roll for co-extrusion. I had enough money to buy one, so I got one roll. Come on. I don't care. June? I specifically ordered that because it was in stock. What the hell? That's annoying. Come on. It's $19.99, but there's a 5% coupon. You don't see it on mine because I already used it. There it goes. And let me add this to my filaments page. Filament. And they have 2 different triple extrusions and I guess 4 different double extrusions. Or 3. Because that's a double pack of the 2 triples. I actually didn't order this because it says ships in 1 to 2 weeks, or 2 months. But they have red, green, blue, and that's blue, green. That's red, blue, yellow. That's red, gold, and that's red, green. But yeah, under $20 a roll. The this one's only 18. The red gold's only $18. And let me know if the coupon's still there. They had a 5% coupon, which took like another buck off. But yeah, that is by far the cheapest co-extrusion I've found yet. I was like, heck yeah. Remember, coupon's one-time use, so add what you want to get in your order because you won't be able to use it again. Now, tear things apart. I know you're hungry and she's starving you. Oh, one item. So try to get the double pack if you don't mind waiting, because it's $37.99 plus the 5%. Nice. You got hungry kitties. They're starving. They're crying. Come feed the monsters. All right, bye. My face is finally starting to heal from whatever the heck was going on with my eyes. Oh, it's so painful. So I got the red, blue, green, so I can make some prints. Which company always has the octopus? I don't know. This is King Rune Filament, but it's obviously they had neon green filament in your videos from Armor. They all do. All of them had neon green. Westgate had neon green. Lulzbot had neon green. Cookie Cat had neon green. It's Lulzbot, that's their trademark neon green color. I don't know if it's an actual trademark, but it's their color. Do I have a wish list on Amazon? Yes. Let's see. Wish list. I haven't updated it in a while. Let's see. I don't need that. Eventually, they're out of stock right now, but eventually I want to get some of that. Because it's a matte RGB. And the matte finish means that I can print my rockets with it. Who has an OnlyFans? So Cinderwing is the one who made the original dragon, huh? Oh. If I had an OnlyFans for what people typically use OnlyFans for, it would be quite disturbing. Yeah, that would be very disturbing. I'm pretty sure she was the first. That is just so pretty. But so far in the week, besides that TPU clog, or jam actually, it wouldn't be a clog, it'd be a jam, which was easy enough to clear. Changing nozzles is pretty easy, no problems. I basically have zero complaints. I mean, the complaints I do have are minor. So, for example, it's a little annoying that the frame on the outside's plastic. Oh, I don't have much in it right now. I should go through and clean up that list a bit. Send list to others. Copy link. That I can do. Yeah, actually, I did just find a decent deal on the bistro shoes that I wear. I didn't buy them because I don't have the money, but but it was a decent deal. Hang on, let me see if it's still on sale. Why is this running so slow? Yes, it is still on sale. These are my favorite Croc shoes because they have an insert on the bottom. I can show you here. Come on. This is running so slow. There it goes. They have these hard inserts on the bottom, so they don't wear out as fast. I can usually get about 6 months out of a pair of these. 5 or 6 months, depending on how much walking I do. I just did. I appreciate that, Joe. Thank you. But yeah, those bistro ones are my favorites because of their durability. They just last longer. Because the obviously, you know, walking around on gravel and dirt, you know, just tears up that foam pretty quick. So these hold up a little bit better. Some cheap filament has started coming back. I'm starting to see filament, you know, $14.99 PETG, $15.99 PETG, $16.99, $14.99, which is pretty good for PETG. The electric door lock that I had for my front door, which I loved, it failed, stopped working. So the little electric motor inside stopped working, so it doesn't have the strength to pull the whatever you call the part that locks the door. And I decided not to replace it because there's no way to. They're $150, and there's no way to know if it'll actually, you know, fail again in 2 years. So I got some grade 2 commercial hardware, and so really durable. Oh. Yeah, with Crocs, I got to get size 12. Oh, no, it's not supposed to be Levittown. Um, yeah, don't do that. Why would it, that address is not in my system anymore? Why would that even show up? Unless that's a separate setting in the wish list settings? Um, manage list. Shipping address. Oh, here we go. Save. Okay. That should have fixed it. Yeah, so it looks like the wish list has a separate set of settings, separate from Amazon settings. So even though I've already deleted my Pennsylvania address from the wish list, it looks like it still had that address in there. So I think I fixed that now. There you go. I think it'll be 4 years this August since we've moved here. And I think my only real regret is the lack of sunsets. Because there are some mountain peaks to the west, those mountain peaks block the sunset. So the sun goes down behind those mountains before it actually sets. And so the result is you don't get the amazing sunsets that the Southwest usually has. If I were down in Albuquerque, I'd get them. But up here in Edgewood, because there's a wall between us and Albuquerque, we don't get those truly, like, wow sunsets. Which is kind of sad, but hey, you know, it is what it is. Not a big deal. If that's my biggest complaint, I'd say I'm doing okay. I just got spoiled by those. I would have to add another 200 floors to the house to get, and even that might not be high enough. Yeah, 200 floors would be high enough, I think. Maybe. Yeah, it need to be like 200 stories. Because you figure there's at least a 150-foot elevation changed into Albuquerque, and you need to get far enough above that to see the horizon past Albuquerque. So yeah, that would take a hell of a shift. Yeah, I'll show you what I mean. Hey, 3D Medic. Oh, come on. Don't be such a nudge. There we go. Where's the rest of the UI? What's going on here? Thank you, Joe. I really appreciate that. Here we go. It's just taking forever. There we go. So as you can see here, here I am in Edgewood. So here I am in Edgewood, and here's Albuquerque. This is west. As you can see, here's the mountain range separating us from Albuquerque. And we live in a depression right here. So these peaks here are actually higher than we are. So this is a plateau inside this mountain range. This right here is South Mountain. That's the mountain you can see out the front of my house there. The hot air balloons are a big thing around here. I would love to eventually get a paramotor. You know, the motor on your back parachute. You know, the ram air chute. I would love to have one of those. I mean, you can get one of those for like $5,000. And I would absolutely love to have one, but that's just well beyond my means right now. But yeah, so the result is, if this was inverted, it'd be amazing. But you know, it's not. So this is all flat out here, and it's all flat over here. So you can see it's well, it depends on what the altitude of this stuff is. So Albuquerque might have some of its Horizon blocked? No, that's Grants. It's well over 11 miles away. So yeah, no problem. So Albuquerque is going to have some nice views of the sunset, but not Edgewood because we are blocked by this mountain range right here, the Sandias. So if it wasn't for these little mountains there we go. So if it wasn't for these mountains right here, we'd have incredible sunsets. So when I drive to Albuquerque, I have to actually go up a little bit first and then down into Albuquerque. And what sucks is that these mountains are almost on the horizon. So these mountains are about 12 miles away, 12 or 13 miles away. So if they were just a couple more miles away, like I'm willing to bet that if I lived out here at Moriarty, I'd probably have sunsets. I don't know. I'm not sure about that. But Moriarty is about 20 miles from these mountains. So you might get some. Well, it depends on how tall they are. You might need to go out here by Wagon Wheel or Klein's Corners. But Wagon Wheel, definitely you would have sunsets. But we are in the sun shadow of these mountains right here. And the result is we get color, but we don't get the spectacular sunsets. But yeah, what are you gonna do? They opened up 2 Raising Canes in Albuquerque. A chicken place called Raising Cane, or Raising Canes. Ooh, thunder. We tried them yesterday, and they were okay. I mean, it was definitely high quality chicken. There's definitely nothing wrong with it. But $15 for a 6-piece chicken fingers. Not even chicken tenders, chicken fingers, so they're small. It was delicious, but it wasn't mind blowing. I'd say it was better than Popeyes, but maybe just below Chick-fil-A. But that's mostly because I like the sweet of the chicken at Chick-fil-A. um, but it wasn't mind blowing. It's not like the kind of place where we would go out of our way to go back to again. I can send my drone up 600 feet. I don't give a fuck about their 400-foot altitude limit. I don't recognize their legal authority to regulate hobby aviation like that. I just refuse to recognize them as legally valid. If that lands me in trouble one day, I don't give a shit. If they want to throw someone in jail for flying a toy airplane, so be it. I will I will have to try that one day and see if 400 feet is high enough. I think I can go about 600 feet. But see if 600 feet is high enough to get a sunset. We'll say it's 400 feet. Yeah, with Crocs I have to order men's 12 because the Crocs expand a little bit. They stretch. So if I order 13, they fit perfect. But then after about, 2 weeks, they're too loose. Because the foam stretches a little bit. So I ordered 12. They're a little snug, but then after a week or two, they're perfect. I just can't get over how beautiful this plastic is. Just absolutely stunning color. Definitely going to make a rocket out of this. Let's see. I mean, I haven't used it long. A week is not enough um to uncover minor issues. Yeah, the PG sticks fine. This is a textured PEI sheet. Now, of course, once a day, I wipe it down with a little bit of isopropyl. Got a bottle there, got my microfiber. But that's the magnetic flex plate it comes with. And so far, no problems with adhesion. If it's PEX, PC, or PEI, it should work fine. It's the same thing. You shouldn't have any trouble. Hopefully Wham Bam will make plates for this because I'd like to run it cold just to save on electricity. When you're running multiple printers 24/7, the electricity becomes an issue. Not so much for these printers. These printers don't take as much power. You know, if I ran this printer full tilt the whole month, it'd be like $15, I think. If I remember correctly, it's like $15 to run this printer if I ran it 24/7. But when you start running 334 printers, that number goes up, $20-25 a machine. And now you know, run 4 of them. Now you're talking $100 on your electric bill. I can't afford that, which limits how much I can print. But now that I know I can print cold, including PETG. Now you can't print exotic shapes cold with PETG. I could probably print this cold if I put a big enough brim on it. But anything cylindrical, anything round, like the tubes that I print for my rockets, I can print those cold with PETG. And that makes a big difference. Because now, instead of the machine consuming 350 watts, now it's consuming 50 watts. And that's a pretty substantial difference. So if I'm only consuming 50 watts, so 50 times 24 times 30, that's 36 kilowatts per month. So 36 times 0.1461, I believe, is my average rate. I'm pretty sure that's pennies. No, it's not. That can't be right. Oh, I did. Wait a minute. What did I do wrong? Hold on. 36 times 14.61. How did that happen? Divided by 100. $5.26 a month. So if I can run the printer without heat, then it's only going to cost me $5.26 a month to run that printer 24/7. That's a big difference. If you're consuming, say, 350 watts on average, now you're looking at 252 kilowatts. Or $36 a month. So you're looking at between $30 and $36, depending on which printer you're running. That's a lot of juice. So you run 3 of those. Now you're at $110 a month on your electric bill, meaning those 3 printers will be consuming as much power in aggregate as my entire house consumes. So yeah, I got to avoid that. Your average Ender 3 size printer like this, well, I know this is what the CR6 SE consumes, so I'm assuming other Ender 3 size printers are going to be similar. It averages 154 watts. So 154 watts times 24 times 30. You're looking at 110, let's call it 111 kilowatts. Times 14.61 divided by 100. Yeah, $16 a month. So $16 a month to run an Ender 3 sized printer, roughly, approximately. And upwards as high as $36 a month to run a a 334 or 444 size printer, probably closer to $30 a month. That's the high end of power consumption. Although PETG is the high end of power consumption because you got to run the bed hotter. But then again, as it gets warmer, it won't take as much energy. But then again, as the printers start to heat up the house, your air conditioner has to work harder, which consumes even more electricity. And of course, when your air conditioner turns on, now your printers have to work harder to compensate for the air conditioner. So $30 to $36 for a larger print bed machine, yes. So being able to run them without heat makes a massive difference. It makes a simply enormous difference in power consumption. And so that's why you'll see me use that old style build tack, fake tack style print surface on most of my printers. And it's because I can run those cold. In the wintertime, it becomes an issue. There's a limit. If the ambient temperature gets too low, then it becomes harder and harder to work. But many times you get away with running the heat bed to start the print. And then after you get the first 2 layers put down, ratchet down the heat bed until you turn it off. A lot of the times that works. So did I download this yet? Yes. Floppy-eared bunny. So I definitely want to print that. And I think I know where a little copper is too. I think I have a little bit of copper left on a roll in there. But so far, no problems with the UI, except for the fact that you can't run the filament both directions, which they should fix, I hope. Let's see. The USB-C port does not work with memory drives. I have a little thumb drive that has both USB and USB-C. So the USB-C port is just for data comms with the computer. But I love the fact that I can keep the SD card and the USB drive in there. So, you know, something where I'm going to be printing a lot of the same thing over and over again, I can leave them on the SD card. And then for stuff that I'm going to be changing randomly as I want to print this or print that, I use the USB drive, which is really convenient. It's really nice to be able to do that. I think my favorite thing is the UI having the full name across the entire screen, which is so nice. Oh, that's so nice. Although Simplify 3D just got another update, so now we get thumbnails, which is cool. They also add some monotonic fill options. They one problem that Simplify 3D had in the new version 5 is that every time you would scale the model, it would reset back to 100%. Like the model wouldn't reset back to 100%, the value would reset back to 100%. So you'd have no idea how much you scaled it. And they said that was intentional. Yeah, right. Give me one use case scenario where that's useful. So now I have to go into settings and tick a checkbox to say, you know, absolute sizing. So I think rather than admit they screwed that up, they went and created a whole new setting to change it, so they wouldn't have to admit it was a bug. Oh my god! But hey, it's fixed. That's all I care about. Oh my god! What are you gonna do? Emotions, feelings, ego, pride, you know, that's weird stuff, you know. People do weird things when it comes to that kind of thing. Gotta make sure I don't get the alcohol in my eye. Because that would hurt. I have to go to sleep with a wet rag over my eyes to keep the moisture up so that I don't get as much of the crusties. The whatever secretions are coming out of my eye. Maybe I'm wondering if it's allergies. Maybe I have allergies out here. I never had allergies before, but maybe I do now. But anyway, these secretions come out of my eyes, and they, you know how you get the boogies in your eye, you know that stuff that you get in the corner of your eye in the morning sometimes. Well, mine goes into overdrive, so I end up with secretions that actually fill my eyelashes, and they actually sometimes glue my eyes shut. I have to actually grab my eyelids and go and tear them open. And when they dry in my eyelashes, they dry out into a crystalline structure, like razor blades, like literally like crystal razor blades. And so what happens is I wake up in the morning, I'm not fully awake, I'm not thinking, and I just go like this, and I rub the stuff out of my eyes, and it tears apart my skin all around my eyes, just shreds me. That's why I had the raccoon eyes last week. What a pain. It's all the cat's fault. The cat did it. That's right, you little bastard. It's all your fault. Well, you think this is PETG? It is crazy shiny. Like, really shiny. Boy, we're going to have a thunderstorm. Let's see here. I end up losing one of the screws for the shroud, so I just put two back in. It's fine. It took me a while to track it down. I had an issue where the machine kept making a vibration sound. You know, every now and then, be like, and I'd hear this vibration sound, and it turns out it's the spool. It's the spool, you know, vibrating as it friction rolls on the spool holder. The plastic doesn't do it, but the cardboard spools did it. The cardboard spools would go as they rolled on the spool holder. That was funny when I finally tracked that down. I'm like, what is vibrating on this machine? I knew it wasn't unique to this because my Odin did it and my SE did it. And it turns out it's just the certain spools, the different amount of friction on the spool holder, and they would make that noise. So far, no power issues. Filament run out works. I did that by accident, and it worked flawlessly, no problems. I let it draw in the last of the green to make this, and then I just fed it new filament once the filament run out kicked on. We are printing calla lilies, little flowers, so I can make some really pretty little flower vase arrangements. This is the vase that I designed. I just modified it I just scaled it, made it 135 tall. I'm actually going to shrink it down another 5 millimeters. I want a little bit more room to make the flowers different heights. And so I just made it 60 by 60 by 135. So I'm probably going to bring it down to like 130 or 125. But that came out really nice. This is atomic black marble, reverse marble. And this is golden blood diamond red in PETG. Absolutely stunning color. This image you're seeing is not representative of what it looks like. It's a much more deep ruby red with a golden iridescent sheen that the camera is just not picking up. And then This is their Rose Mist Metallic. Again, PETG, which is really nice. Atomic is, I guess other companies are starting to do the same thing, but Atomic was one of the first to start putting out their nice colors, their exotic colors in PETG, and not just PLA, which is really nice. The Tech Sonar, red gold. Again, this is lighter, more washed out than it really is in person. But yeah, this is the red gold co-extrusion, so it changes colors as you go around. Because this rocket prints in vase mode, you get that effect. And then, of course, you remember last week we printed the Maxis vase. That is that one on My Mini Factory. Yeah. My Mini Factory 160103. And I printed a big one. And it's with a 0.6 millimeter nozzle. It came out absolutely stunning. One thing that annoys me is this. See how you get little bits of where color shouldn't be there? And I think that is the filament twisting inside the extruder. So I'm wondering if there's a particular style extruder that's better for keeping the filament aligned so it doesn't twist. I actually, this is a little weird, but I think it might be possible for it to work. I would like to see I would like to see somebody experiment with it to see first, is it possible? But to make a non-round filament. So make, for example, make it an oval shape. And then you would run the filament right above the extruder. You would run it through a key. That would, the filament could only fit through one way. This way, as the filament came off the roll, it would be forced to keep its orientation as it got fed into the extruder. So a triangle shape, an oval shape, a round shape with a pin sticking out of it. Something that you could key, that you could run it through a key going into the extruder to force it to keep the exact correct orientation. This way you would never get these color bleeds that you don't want. It would be interesting to see, is that possible? Is that something that we can do? I don't know. I have no idea if that's even remotely possible. Okay, I got to print one more of these. Boy, I hear thunderstorms. I want to print 4 of each, so I got 3 of my little rose mist. And then we're going to switch to the yellow and print the little spadix for the center of the flower. That is that little yellow part inside there. Then I also have some azure blue Prusament. We're going to print some in that. But so far, I have no complaints. I mean, the printer's just been running flawlessly. I mean, absolutely zero, perfect first layers every time. 0 issues. Running absolutely silent. I mean, you can hear it. It's very quiet. Even the fans aren't that noisy. We'll see. After a month or two, we'll see if the fans are still quiet. It could still use a bit more cooling in some ways, although I tend to run pretty hot. You know, when you're printing at 225 with a 60-degree bed, I've noticed that if I drop the bed down to 50, my cooling problem goes away, but then it doesn't stick. The PEI really needs to be 60 for it to stick. So I'm thinking about adding a global cooler like you see on the bamboo and stuff like that, where it just blows air over the whole thing. But no crashes, no issues, no noises. I don't see any weird wear. No problems taking the bed on and off. I haven't tried to print fast. I have no idea how fast I can print. I'm not a high-speed printer. I prefer strength. So I don't tend to print fast. But so far, zero. I just don't have any problems. I'm really surprised, you know. I mean, most printers don't really have many problems, but you have to you got to do some tuning and tweaking to get them to that point. Where even an Ender 3, very little problems with my Ender 3s, but you got to do some tuning and tweaking to get them there. This one, nothing. I don't have to do anything to it. It just works out of the box. You install the 8 screws, you hit the auto level, and you just go. I think twice I had filament not stick to the bed, you know, where it'll pop off or something like that one did. And I think that's because a blob of something got between the nozzle and the bed. Because I noticed the prime line, when that happens, the prime line will usually have a booger on the end, you know, that it took off when it finally printed the prime line. And that booger probably kept it from leveling perfectly. But since I've paid attention and made sure there was nothing on the end of the nozzle when it levels, zero issues. Perfect first layer every single time. So far, the bed doesn't appear to have any warping issues, like it seems to be flat all the way across, or the mesh is compensating so that it's not a problem. I'll have to try printing something bigger. I mean, I printed this pretty big. I mean, that's a pretty big footprint. It's probably 30% of the build volume. And zero issues. Went down perfectly. Really impressed. I'm really genuinely impressed at how turnkey they're making these printers now. It's got to the point where they're almost turnkey. You hit go and it just works. That's impressive. I mean, while I would like to see more metal, the plastic is well designed, the molds are well made. There's plenty of structural integrity and rigidity in the plastic parts. So, you know, while it's a personal preference that I prefer metal, the plastic parts are perfectly functional. This is the Mingda Magician X2, their newest version of their Magician line. Their version of the Ender 3. Although this would be in the same series as like the CR6 SE or the Anycubic Cobra. They have bed leveling, they have filament run out, they have more cleaned up design, better interface, etc. The mag plate is good, no issues. The frame is good, no issues. While I personally would not add as much plastic as they added, they have plastic over everything. So they have injection molded plastic parts covering up all facets of the printer. You can't see any pulleys. You can barely see the wheels of the printer. Everything's covered in plastic shrouds that, well, those shrouds do two things. One, they make the machine look cleaner. It's got a very clean look to it. And number two, they keep fingers and stuff like that out of the kinematics. So you're far less likely to have somebody stick their finger in a gear and get pinched, because you'd have to go around the plastic shrouds to get there. And I think that's why they do it, which is fine. There's nothing wrong with that. You can see, like, this hot end is actually pretty simple. It's just got this big plastic shroud surrounding it, which makes it look nice and clean. I also love the fact that they use proper ribbon cables instead of those Ziff ribbon cables. So these cables are far more durable, and the connectors are far more durable. So I really like that. So you have the clean look of a cable chain style belt. Like $250. It's dirt cheap. That really is dirt cheap. Look what a CR6 SE costs. It's actually got a slightly bigger build volume. Well, it's slightly smaller on the X and Y. It's 230 by 230, while the CR6 SE, I believe, is 235 by 235. But the Z is 260, and it will print to 260. That's 260 millimeters tall. I even rescaled my rocket parts so that I could print this rocket in 2 parts, and that's because it's got that 260 build volume. So I made these 2 parts 260 tall, specifically to take advantage of the extra build volume. Now I really want to this printer works so well that I want to modify it for 400 millimeter tall. I want to see if maybe I convince the company to make me 2 new rails. So make me bolt-in replacement rails for this machine that are 400 millimeters tall, 450 millimeters tall, so I can have a 400 millimeter build volume. Because the 230 by 230 is fine. That's good enough for 99% of my prints. What I would like is more Z. So I could make longer parts. I would love for them to make a Magician Max or something like that. A 334, a 300 by 300 by 400 version of this. Even better, go like 350 by 450, something closer to the Chiron. But 334 would probably be where they would go. But I would absolutely love for them to make a 334 version of this. Could you imagine a CR10 printer that's 1 button turnkey? I would like that. I think a lot of us would like that. Especially at that price point, if they can undercut the way they do on this one. But just having an X2 tall version, yes, it has dual Z. One there, is there a belt? No belt. Dual Z, no belt. There are no turnkey large format printers that I'm aware of. Although I bet you the Cobra Max and the Neptune Max would be pretty close. I think they both have similarly effective bed leveling and quality of construction. I mean, technically this printer is not turnkey, but it's close. I have not had to adjust the bed. I have not had to adjust the Z offset. I haven't had to do anything. I've had to do absolutely nothing to this machine, which is impressive. Hi, baby. I know. You're hungry. Yeah. She hasn't fed you. I know, baby. Yeah. Probably next week or the week after, but I'm hoping next week because I think I know where one of my Ender 3 kits is. I still have an unbuilt Ender 3. We're going to be building a new Ender 3, but we're going to be modifying it because I have a NAC 3D design built by LDO, designed by NAC 3D, X replacement upgrade for the Ender 3, machined CNC aluminum with linear rail and orbiter extruder upgrade for the Ender 3. So we're going to be installing that on an Ender 3. I think I found one of my in-the-box Ender 3s, so we're going to start with a brand new kit and build it out using the LDO NAC 3D kit, upgrade kit. So that will be fun. But that's a machine I will probably definitely want to replace the verticals and the lead screws with ones from one of my CR10 size printers. The only problem is I hate the idea of taking apart a CR10 size printer to scavenge it for parts, because all of my CR10 size machines I can use. And I hate the idea of sacrificing one to upgrade a smaller machine, but we'll see. I can't afford an ender extender kit, so I can't do that. But we'll see. Because I'd like an Ender 3 with a 400mm Z. That'd be nice. I'm also I haven't done much yet, but I've begun the thought process to I want to build my own printer. It's probably going to be an Ender 2. So it's going to be basically a copy of an Ender 2. So I'm going to start with something very small. It's not going to have a heat bed for reasons. But I want to try to design and build my own 3D printer that is as 3D printed as possible. So I plan to print everything. The only thing I'm not going to print are stepper motors, wires, brainboard, and fans. Otherwise, I plan to try to print everything. I want to print the lead screws. I want to print the belts. I want to print the stepper motor, gear ends. I want to print all the rails. I want to print the roller bearings for the V-wheels. I want to try printing everything. Every aspect of the printer I want to print. Well, other people have done it. What was his name? Country 3D. He 3D printed a Prusa, or most of it. And but I want to try to go to the nth degree. I want to try to go that much further and see how much of it can I 3D print. I want to do a little research into material science to find out what material has the best anti-wear characteristics, because all of my guidance is going to be basically bushings, plastic sliding on plastic. So I need to know what plastic is going to have the least amount of wear when it slides on top of itself. Probably PETG. And a little bit of lubricant. IGES would be the best, but I don't think we can print IGES. And I also want to make the wear surfaces serviceable. Well, the problem with PC is that it's hard for the average person to print on an average printer. That's why I'm trying to limit myself to PLA, PLA Plus, PETG. In fact, the whole thing's probably going to be PETG. I want to try to stick with conventional materials so anybody can print them. Of course, if you have access to the ability to print better materials, then you can make it that much better. But one of the things I want to do is make the machine serviceable. Okay? So, for example, the brakes on your car. You cannot make permanent brakes. The very nature of brakes is that they're a wear item. So I want to do the same thing. Basically, all the kinematics are going to have brake pads. They're essentially going to have brake pads. So you're going to have your rail, and then you're going to have your carriage sitting on top of the rail. So what I want to do is I want to make a 3D printed insert where one piece will go inside the rail and one piece will go on the carriage. And so those two pieces are going to be the wear surface. This way you're not actually wearing out the carriage or the rail. And as the parts get sloppy, you simply slide the brake pads out and replace them with new pads, restoring the tightness of the machine while using as little plastic as possible. This way, maybe every couple hundred hours, you might have to print new slide rails to, restore the tightness in the machine.
Hi, everyone.
So, kitty cats are very hungry. They're patiently waiting for you.
Well, I gotta go pee before pizza.
You're gonna make them suffer.
That's what Ender gets for screaming like that while you're working. You know what I mean?
Joe said hi.
Hi. Who's Joe?
One of the viewers, Joe Galaska.
Okay.
So, there's a lot of design work involved there to try to figure out how to do that. For example, the roller wheels that I'm going to make are probably going to be two-piece roller wheels. So you're going to have the roller wheel and you're going to have a bearing in the middle, which is just going to be a bushing. But I'm going to make that bushing so you can pop it out and replace it. So as it gets sloppy, you can just replace the bushing. And or just make the wheels so small that you can just replace the whole wheel. It'll be interesting to see, will lubricating it help? So if we apply super lube to the parts, how much longer will they last? And how much longer will they last relative to how much super lube costs? If you put 10 cents of super lube on a part to replace a 5-cent part, well, that's a waste of money. Just wear the part out and replace it. But if the lube doubles or triples the life of the part, then that's worth it. And so it'll be interesting to see, how far can you push that? How much of the printer can you really 3D print? And I'll just sacrifice a i3 sized printer for the brain board and the stepper motors and the wiring. I should be able to 3D print the feeder. Oh. I should be able to 3D print the feeder portion of the extruder. That shouldn't be a problem to 3D print. But I really want to try to print as much as possible. Make it just as much of the printer 3D printed as possible. I'd like to get to the point where literally brain board, wires, and stepper motors, hot end, and nozzle are the only parts of the printer not printed. It's going to use a PTFE lined Creality hot end just because they're available for like $7 on Amazon or whatever it is. They're dirt cheap. It'll be interesting. It'll definitely be interesting. No brass inserts. I want to keep it all 3D printed. And, that's one of the reasons I was working on the 3D printed screws and nuts for my SPAD pad, because I want to use that for other things such as this. So it'll definitely be an interesting experiment. And I don't expect it to be an amazing machine, but if the parts are passable, then I'm okay with that. Well, you just don't let the hot end touch anything of the printer. That's as simple as that. Remember the hot end has a hot side and a cold side. The cold side's not going to get hot enough to melt anything, unless, of course, you get heat creep because of a fan failure. And the probably your best bet will be to either use probably carbon fiber PETG for the hot end attachment, just so that if it does get a little bit soft, the carbon fiber will keep it stiff. But that might not be necessary. Yeah, just that simple. Just So the what parts can I not 3D print? Wires, obviously, end stops, stepper motors, brain board, the hot end itself. There are actually ways I can make a 3D printed hot end, but it wouldn't work very well, simply because while there are plastics available that can handle the temperatures of a hot end, I mean, if you print your hot end at a peak, you're going to be fine. It's not going to melt. But it has poor thermal conductivity. It's an insulator. So even though the hot end would be able to handle the temperatures, you wouldn't be able to extrude plastic from it because you wouldn't be able to transfer enough of the heat to the nozzle. So that would have to be metal. But hot end, 3-4 stepper motors. The wires, the brain board, the LCD screen. That's it. That's all you would have to buy. Everything else would be printable. There's even the entire print bed would be printable. Remember, I'm only printing cold, so we wouldn't have to worry about heat on the print bed. So the whole entire bed will be plastic. All the rails will be plastic. All the wheels will be plastic. The belts will be TPU printed. In theory, that should work. I might experiment with impregnating fabric into a TPU print in order to get rid of the stretchiness of the TPU. Although 95A printed thick might be stiff enough. Look at the Molbot. Yeah, I'm going to print the belts too. Huh. Very cool. Yeah, I see that. Huh. Yeah. Well, that's why I'm thinking about impregnating fabric into the TPU. Like who's the guy who does the dragon scales on fabric? Like he does. Window screen material would probably be strong enough. It's nylon. Also, I got an idea. David Shorey, that's right. I got an idea to I actually found out it does exist. Very expensive. There's no reason for it to be that expensive. But I sent a message to Atomic and a couple other vendors. I'd like to see somebody make the layer bonding on TPU. Wow. TPU has some of the best layer bonding in existence. That's incredible. I would not have expected the layer bonding to be what fails. Huh. Well, part of the problem is the way he printed it. He stuck. That's one of the first things I decided I wasn't going to do. Is you notice his gear drives here are standard size, which means he's bending the belt around a very tight radius. Hey, Jerry Martin. Well, the first thing I plan to do is to make those pulleys at least 1.5 inches across. I'm going to make them big so that the radius is very gentle. I'm not going to have a glass bed. So I'm going to have a 3D printed bed with a sticker on it. Although I could probably print PLA if I used the Rook, the Voron. Yeah, I've seen that. And I'm also wondering if I can print a sheet of PLA and PETG. So the problem is I don't think it'll work without heat. You can print PLA and PETG together, and they will not bond. They'll stick, but not bond. So you could actually use, for example, PETG as support on a PLA print. And then you could print a zero space gap between the support and the part, and then when it cools, the PETG will break away from the PLA. So I was wondering if I could use a PLA bed when I'm printing PETG and a PETG bed when I'm printing PLA, but the problem is I don't know if they'll stick cold. I'll have to test that. I'll have to print a piece of, for example, print a PLA sheet and then try printing PETG on top of it and see if it sticks. And then see if it lets go. The other problem is that it might damage the surface. The PETG comes out of the nozzle hot enough to melt the PLA. So while that's not going to affect support, that will put a mark on your print bed. So that's probably not going to work. I'm probably going to have to print a hexagonal infill sheet, with no top and bottom layers, and then put a sticker on it. And, like a fake tack, build tack sticker. Like, piece of this. Put a piece of this on top of it. Bastard. I did not give you permission to fall. How dare you? So yeah, I want to print everything. Absolutely as much as humanly possible I want to print. Theoretically, I could even print the housings for the stepper motors. I can make 3D printed stepper motors with just the armature and the magnets not printed. But that's just dumb. Stepper motors are dirt cheap, and the heat they would generate would be enough to soften the plastic. So that's just silly. There won't be a power supply. I'm gonna make it 12 volts. Just run it directly off 12 volts, since there's no heat bed. So I won't have to worry about a power supply. And yeah, it'll be interesting. Just make the whole thing USB-C powered. Just put I got a USB-C trigger decoy, so I can tell USB-C to run on 12 volts or 20 volts actually. Yeah, 20 volts would be the best to use, because then I get the full 100 watts. And because at 12 volts, I think you only get what was it, 2.5 at 12? 30 watts or 60 watts. Depends on the power supply, I think. But so the whole thing will be powered by USB-C. But yeah, that'll be interesting. It's just something I want to do. Print everything with a 0.6 or a 0.8 millimeter nozzle, make everything fat. And that's interesting that TPU delaminated like string cheese. I think it's because he tried to replicate normal belts though. He did not design the belts for 3D printing. He just 3D printed normal belts. And I think that's where he ran into trouble. I think if he'd have made the belts twice as wide, twice as thick, and used hubs on both ends that were, 4 or 5 times larger, inch and a half. I'm thinking like this big, so that the belts aren't as they're not placed under as much stress. Because I don't care if everything's big and bulky. Who cares? That's just plastic, right? It'll be cantilevered with a single Z, just like the Ender 2. It'll have a simple, 150 by 150 build volume, although probably 200 tall, since I want to be able to make usable parts out of it. I don't know, it'd be fun. The hardest part will be getting the bed sticker to stick to the plastic. I'm not 100% sure how to do that.
You're not planning on going anywhere today.
Who?
You.
Why?
Because it's thundering.
Who cares? It's not like I'm allergic to rain.
We're getting a storm today.
The what else? I like the fact that he kind of made himself a linear actuator for the bed. It looks like he printed a shaft with gears in it, so it's kind of like a linear actuator. That's kind of interesting. I was actually thinking about having the stepper motor for the y-axis sit right in the middle of the printer, offset, and then have a herringbone gear on the stepper motor and a herringbone linear for the bed, so there'd be no belt at all. None. Zero. No belt. I could theoretically do that with the that might be possible to do with the x-axis. How would I do that? Just basically get rid of the belts altogether. Don't use belts. I could use lead screws. I could use a lead screw for the x-axis. It's not going to go very fast, so I don't have to worry about speed. But if I can get rid of the belts so I don't even need to use TPU, I would love to get to the point where I could print the entire machine out of one material. The whole machine out of PETG. You could do it out of PLA too. I would just suggest using like wood PLA anywhere there's going to be something hot attached to it, because the wood fibers and powder will stabilize the plastic a little bit. Okay, I want to print that. I want you to go back. Preheat PLA, no, preheat TPU. Yeah. But I'd like to make it a unimaterial printer where it's all printed out of the same material. The bed would probably, my best bet would be to use a steel plate with a sticker on it, and then have notches for the steel plate to engage the platen. That would eliminate the problem of sticking. But that's also one more part you have to buy, which I'm trying to avoid. I don't know. I guess it'll depend on how well the 3M adhesive on the sticker sticks to PETG. If it sticks to PETG, then I could just print a bed plate and then put the sticker on it, put it in a press, and let it sit overnight in the press until the adhesive cures. That theoretically could work. We are heated up. Okay. Ooh, it broke. That doesn't usually happen. Okay. Let's go back to the yellow. Print the spadexes. Let's trim that. Where the hell is that? Print UDisc. And we want Spadex times 4. So the bed's pretty easy, but how could I do the x-axis without using a belt? That actually might not be that difficult. The X carriage would just have to have a rail bolted to it. So you'd have 2 rails. You'd have the X rail, and then you have this second rail, the same size as the X rail, except this second rail would be attached to the carriage and not to this rail here. And then I could simply have a stepper motor with the herringbone gear, and it would simply move that rail back and forth, which would take the X carriage with it. That should be possible. I could then do the whole thing with no belts whatsoever. Herringbone gears, meshed correctly, actually last a pretty decent amount of time. Who's the guy? RC, not RC Test Flight. The guy who made the 3D printed Snowcat. He did a test where he set up a tethered RC car in his backyard and just let it run for months, just to see what would wear out and how long it would last. And the herringbone gears lasted a pretty long time. Equivalent to probably a year or 2 worth of 3D printing. And if you have to replace the gear and the linear, once a year, that's fine. I mean, I don't see a problem with that. So yeah, I can do that. And I might be able to do the same thing with the Z-axis. Instead of having a lead screw, have a linear actuator with a herringbone gear. Hmm. There could be a fixed gear on the vertical rail, fixed line of gear teeth, linear actuator, and then the Z motor would actually be on the X carriage, and it would literally walk itself up and down the Z. That could work. Boy, that really could work. I mean, the mesh would have to be reasonably tight, or you could have because if you develop slop, that slop is going to translate into your prints. That's part of why we use belts that are under tension. Boy, that would be interesting. That would be really, really interesting. Could do the whole thing with no belts. Hmm. Huh. I don't even plan to have any metal screws in the printer. The only place there's going to be metal screws is when you're attaching to metal parts. So the 4 screws attaching to the stepper motor. So the only metal screws are going to be in the whole printer. Everything else is going to be plastic. Huh. Very, very interesting. Maybe I can call it the Ender 3D. 3D printed Ender. So call it the Ender 3D. Huh. Boy, that just opens up possibilities. Mm-hmm. Very, very interesting. I wonder why no one's done that before. I wonder if there's a technical reason where it won't work. Okay, so the way this works, this goes in here like this and gets pushed all the way through like that. And then that piece engages this piece. It's really hard to see where those things are. And there you go. You end up with a calla lily. That's actually really pretty. That's not tight though. Let's nip off the end of it so it goes in further. I put bottom layers on it. I think that makes the bottom too thick. Oh, much better. Yep, that did it. Now it fits in nice and snug. So that is beautiful. So I can do one of these as a pink and red. Ooh, I like it. Yep, definitely like that. That is beautiful. Pretty good, Sean. Hello, Blake and Amelia. You guys having fun torturing your parents? Remember, that's your #1 job. Torture your parents. I might be able to get that Loyal Moses filament. I have $28 in my Ibotta, and I'll be getting another $12 today. That's 40 bucks. That's enough. Or I could buy 2 rolls of the co-extrusion. We'll see. Oh boy. That'd be interesting to try to build. What printer is on the PC? That's something called the Molbot, a mostly 3D printed printer. Lightspeed suggested I take a look at that. Was that Lightspeed that told me to look at that? Yeah. So getting ideas like this linear actuator here gave me an idea. I'm wondering if I can do that with all 3 axes. Huh. Just gets me thinking, wondering, what can I do? How far can I push it? Since I want to try to design a completely 3D printed printer where the only non-printed parts are the steppers, wires, end stops, the print surface. The bed will be plastic, but the actual skin on top will be a sticker. Everything 3D printed. If it's remotely possible to print it. So it'll be interesting to see how far can I push that. This seems more complex than it needs to be. I want to try to see how simple can I make it. You know, how much can I simplify the design? I'm not entirely sure. Now, one thing I can do, I can make the printer substantially bigger than it needs to be. So, for example, if I want, say, no, because you're pushing against plastic, so it's probably a bad idea. I'd rather just have end stop switches. Good idea, but I suspect that'll be a problem. Tight. I'll just buy end stop switches. They're not expensive. Although I wonder, could I get rid of the end stop switches altogether while still having end stop switches? The end stop switch is just making an electrical contact. PLA or PETG. I would want to design it so you could use either. Oh, man. It would not be that hard to 3D print an end stop switch. I mean, all you have to do is touch the wires together. You don't actually need a switch. I can print a compliant hinge, and one wire would attach to the top and one wire would attach to the bottom, and when the plastic got squished, the 2 wires would touch. So I could get rid of the switches altogether and just use the wires and make a switch. That would not be difficult at all. Interesting. Okay. Now, one of the ways that I could make this simpler is to make it larger. So, for example, the only part that would have to be really larger is the z-axis. That's the only part that would really have to be larger. So let's say this is your z-axis, okay? And you have to move your x-axis up and down this z-axis. So what I could do is I could have a rail on top of a rail. So this part would be attached to the x-axis carriage. This part would be attached to the base of the printer. And the two parts would interface like this. And then I would have the interface be full length. So like a monorail, where the rail is the full length as the mono part of the rail. So that when you moved it, it would then do this. And now, of course, this part here would have to extend below at 1/2 the Z height. So if I did a 200 millimeter Z, this would have to extend 100 millimeters below the bottom of the bed. So that when I did this, there would still be, this part here would still be fully engaged. But the longer I make this interface, the more slop I can have without affecting the print quality as much. Because that slop would be spread over a 200 millimeter length of plastic. Oh boy, that could really work. So your carriage might be something like this, that interfaces on two sides of the rail. Of course, I'm dropping everything. But it could be something like this, that interfaces on two sides of the rail. And then this would just slide in between them like this. That could work. And that might have a much, much longer lifespan. Because the tolerances wouldn't have to be as tight. Oh boy. I could even see putting like packing tape on top of the rail. You know, wrapping it in packing tape. And that could become the wear surface. And as that wore down, you could peel it off and put a new piece on. If it's even needed at all. A little bit of grease might be enough to get, you know, hundreds and hundreds of hours of printing. Oh boy, that's interesting. No, I'm coming up with ways to get rid of linear rails and bearings. I'm coming up with ways to not need them. So, for example, my y-axis, there'd be no bearings, there'd be no linear rails, nothing. It'd be a linear actuator. So the length of the bed would have gear teeth along its whole length. And then you'd have a stepper motor right in the middle of the printer with a gear on top of it that would engage the gear teeth. So imagine this is imagine your bed. Imagine your 3D print bed is sitting on top of a gear tooth like this. Okay? And then your stepper motor would be down here like this, and it would have gear teeth on it that would engage gear teeth on this bed. And when this stepper motor turned, it would simply move the bed back and forth like this. And so the whole bed would just do this on that gear tooth in the middle. So instead of using a belt, I would just directly interface a linear actuator with a gear on the stepper. Damn it to hell, that might actually work. And I could do something similar on the x-axis. And so the x-axis, you'd have your fixed rail, and then you'd have a second rail sitting on top of the x-axis, like this. And then attached to the stationary x-axis would be the stepper motor with a gear that engages the non-stationary portion of the x-axis. The non-stationary x-axis would be the same width as the x-axis. So yes, when you're printing, when you go to 0, that means, 50% of your x-axis is going to stick out the side of the printer. And then when you go the other way, the same thing would happen. When you go to your maximum, 50% would stick off the end like that. But the result is you would have two rails that are interfacing like this, which would get rid of most wear issues. Drag would go up, noise would go up, so you're not going to be printing, you probably won't be printing pretty little bunnies like this that are very clean, but for printing things like brackets and, utilitarian things, useful objects, functional parts and stuff like that, it'd probably be just fine. And who knows, as the gears mesh and wear in, your print quality would actually improve as the interface became smoother and smoother. But it would completely eliminate the need for belts altogether. You wouldn't need any belts at all. And it would dramatically reduce the wear, since you would now be evenly applying the wear to a 150 millimeter length of gear instead of to one little spot. Basically, it'd be like a tank tread. It'd basically be making the whole thing tank tread. Let me get matter of fact, maybe I'll call it the tank. Because it would work a lot like tank treads work. Well, isn't that, in fact, wait a minute. No, I want to reduce the number of moving parts. I'd rather have it stick out the sides and reduce the number of parts. Yeah, I don't want to do that. Making an actual tank tread to keep the parts smaller, where you're just making a belt out of a tank tread, and that's going to be a complex part. Now, I'd rather keep it static. I want the only moving parts on the whole machine to be the stepper motors. This machine will have no moving parts. Isn't that interesting? Because then you don't need any bearings, you don't need any bushings, you don't need any pulleys or idlers, you don't need any anything. That would really simplify it. Boy, is that interesting. I wonder how simple I could get it. Huh. I want to start working with that. Definitely. So linear actuator for the X. He said that those lead screws held up pretty good, so I might just stick with lead screws for the Z, just for simplicity's sake, since his seem to be holding up pretty well. Linear actuator for the bed. I think that could work. I think it really could work. Very nice. And that's one of the Tech Sonar gold yellow silk. You can see they all look different because I rotate them 90 degrees. So this one is, you know, more red with the orange on the side, while this one has orange on the other side. Because I just rotate them 90 degrees to get a different look. Which gives you that slight variance that you normally see in 3D prints, where they're everything in 3D prints. One of the 3D prints have a thing I call the uncanny valley for 3D prints, where they all look identical because they are. So being able to change up the direction of the print allows you to add a variability that you don't normally get with 3D prints. So you can see these are all the exact same file off the same filament roll, but they all look different. And that slight difference is just because of the co-extrusion. I print one this way, I print one this way, I print one this way, and I print one this way. And so I get 4 different variations out of the same print. This needs to have its bottom copied off. So that this fits in here better. There we go. Much better. So that gives you that variability you don't normally get. So they're all just a little different. They don't look all so fake. And these are the new atomic filament. So this is the rose metallic mist, I think. And this is the golden blood diamond. Very, very pretty plastic. And they're PETGs. They're not PLA, which means you can use them for mechanical parts. You can use them outdoors. You can use them in your car. So we're finally getting cool colors in things other than PLA. Which I, for one, like. Oh, I got another one. Oh, I think I chopped too much off of that one. I might have ruined that one. We'll see. Oh, it worked. There we go. The 4 of those are done. The 4 red ones are done. Now I just got 2 more for these. And then I'm going to print some flowers in the azure blue, since I think that would look really pretty. I also got some transition rolls of PETG I want to mess with. These won't really work with transition rolls because they're too small. They'll use 9 grams of filament. The color change and the transition is just not fast enough. So, you know, you'll have different color flowers, but not really, well, that might actually work. If you're printing out a whole bunch of them, you get a whole bunch of different colors and variations from flower to flower. That might actually work really well if you're printing a whole bunch of them. That really might work. Especially using that, that rainbow PETG I made, that big rocket out of. That would work really well for that. I might have to get another roll of that. And everything prints fast. I mean, the longest print is this, about 40 minutes. You know, because I print slow. I want it to be nice and strong. It's watertight, too. I only did 2 bottom layers and it's watertight. Maybe concentric infill is the way to go. I use concentric infill just because it looks really nice for the bottom of things like this. You can't really see that. Oh, actually. The marbling makes it hard to see. There it goes. But concentric infill might be the way to go. Because that's watertight. And I only did 2 bottom layers. How about this one? Are they both watertight? Yep, they're both watertight. That's impressive. I was not expecting that. Oh yeah, that's pretty. That's very pretty. I like that. It keeps wanting to turn because I have to tilt it toward the camera. There we go. That is pretty. I'm very pleased with how they're coming how they're coming out. Now I want to make a really big one. I want to print like a meter tall one. You know, giant flowers from Planet X. Actually, printing in PETG, that might actually be pretty cool. It's just an outdoor decoration for your yard. Especially if I use like a 1mm nozzle. Ooh. Now, isn't that an interesting idea? I might have to try to design my own Calendly. I'm not sure how hard it would be to make that shape in Tinkercad. Huh. Interesting. Hmm. But yeah, I want to try to play with that. I want to try to make some oh, I found the fans for the Chiron, so I can finally get that going again. I found the fans I was missing. So that's both of the double ball bearing fans. So I'll be able to get my Chiron running again. All right. Oh wow! I just punched through the bottom of that flower. How did that happen? There we go. That's another one of those. I love that color. That's just beautiful. Now, what the heck happened to this one? It delaminated. Just the bottom part. Huh. Oh. The the what's it called? I forgot what the name of that clicky wheel is. There's a name for it, but the maybe they use different clicky wheels. Maybe the firmware that's on that is programmed for a different enumerator than the one that your board has. I don't know if there's a difference there. So the clicky wheel is part of the LCD screen. So I'm thinking they might have different LCD screens, and you've got the wrong code for that LCD screen, so it only partly works. That would be my first guess. I don't know a whole lot about firmware, but my first guess would be you have incompatible code. I can't think of anything else that would do that. Obviously, the first test step would be to plug your old board directly into your screen, give it 12-volt power. Don't plug anything else into it. Just give it 12-volt power, turn it on, see if the clicky wheel works. If the clicky wheel works, then yeah, you have an incompatible firmware. If the clicky wheel doesn't work, then bad luck, it just failed in that time. But yeah, plug the old board back in. Don't rewire everything. Just plug the old board back into the LCD, give it power, and then turn it on and see if the clicky wheel works. If the clicky wheel works, then you know you have incompatible firmware. So you've already gone back and it works. If you've already gone back to the old board and it works, then yeah, firmware. My guess is, I don't know anything about firmware, but my guess is you have to tell the firmware what LCD screen is being attached to it, and you told it the wrong LCD screen. So it sounds like the LCD screen's working, or you would have said something about that. So it sounds like it's partially compatible, but it's not compatible with your enumerator, with your clicky wheel. I didn't know they could be different. I thought they were mechanical. But if you go back to the old board and it works, then it has to be firmware. I can't think of anything else it would be. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I figured it was working, or you would have said something about that. So, but that's my guess. My guess is there's a line somewhere you have to edit to make it work with that wheel. That matte finish lilac color is beautiful. And so is that shiny purple. But whatever that color is and whatever this color is, that's beautiful. Hey, DeWitt, how are you doing? I've been keeping this Mingda busy printing flowers. Lots and lots of flowers. I'm just on. So far, it's perfect. And I really do mean perfect. I have had absolutely zero issues whatsoever with it. Not one failure, not one issue, not one problem. Just, I've never had a printer. Oh yeah, I have. The TiVo flashes were this perfect right out of the box. If you ever saw the TiVo flash, that was that really, really, really nice. They put everything in the kitchen sink into it printer before TiVo broke up. But the TiVo flash worked this perfectly. I mean, I've had, like, my Ender 5s are pretty close to perfect out of the box, but you still have to level them. You still have to adjust the bed level. But it's good once you set it. But this, no calibration, no tweaking, no tuning, nothing. I put it together. I pressed leveling on the screen, told it to go, and then since then I've just fed it prints. And PETG and PLA and Silk, it just prints. No complaints, no gripes, no bitching, no moaning, nothing. It just works. Which is really, really impressive when you think about it. You wanted the pics, so here goes. Hope you had a good meal. I don't understand what that means. Do you mean to type that somewhere else, or? Oh wow, that peach color is beautiful too. Oh. Oh, the resin burns. It's not gonna let you post a link. Come in, let me moderate you so you can post a link. Okay, now you can post a link. If you tried to post a link, try it again. And of course, now I have to print some in white because the white looks absolutely gorgeous. Wow. On this machine here, yes, it's using standard standard Delrin wheels on standard V wheels. This uses standard V wheels. That peach is beautiful. Whatever that peach color is, that's gorgeous. And this is just stunning. Yeah, this is just a decorative cover. So behind this decorative cover, actually you can see them there. You can see the wheels right there. Okay? There's your standard V wheels. If they send them to me, I'll do them. I mean, obviously, I do not have the capability of buying hardware. I actually just lost my house insurance because they raised the price to $1,352. I don't have $1,352. That's insane. A $60,000 house, $1,300 a year. That's nuts. So I'm gonna call them up and see if I can get, like, only fire protection, like nothing else, just fire. Because pretty much that's the only way I could lose this house, is if there's a fire. Short of a fire, there's not much else that could take down this house. We don't have termite issues, we don't have mold issues. Well, this is an entire print assembly. So this is just using a standard dual gear, like BMG style extruder. But it has a framework with a load cell, so that I could detect when it touches the bed for bed leveling. I really hope Mingda makes a max version of this. I would love for them to make a 300 by 300 by 400 version of this printer. Well, now I'm at risk. Without house insurance, that's one of the risks of owning. It's one of the few risks of owning your own home, is that, well, see, if you're renting and the house burns down, you go find another house to rent. If you own the home, you have to replace the home somehow. Well, we don't get earthquakes here because we're on top of bedrock. We don't get tornadoes. We don't get hurricanes. Basically, high winds is about the only thing we get here. It's one of the reasons I picked here, is that the ECL, the environmental cost of living here, is extremely cheap because we're high altitude, we're dry, we're desert. The high altitude is actually more important than people think because that reduces things like hurricanes and tornadoes, which we just don't get here. It also reduces critters and insects. See, it reduces mold because we're arid. About the only thing that really puts my house at risk is fire. And I'm not even worried about fire from outside. I'm worried about fire from inside. If an asteroid hits, I'm pretty sure I won't be around to worry about whether or not I have insurance to replace the house. That's kind of a moot point. But this is a manufactured home, and manufactured homes are a higher fire risk, so it is a concern. Yeah, war sucks. And most insurance policies have exclusions for war. So acts of war would not count for your insurance. You wouldn't be able to file a claim. That sucks. What? Okay. Why don't you make something to eat? Well, stay up, because we're going to be done soon, and we're going to go to Walmart to pick up an order. So get dressed. Okay, go do it. I had to order 4 more things to get those $10 in bonus. That's not going to work, Philip. That is the location on your second hard drive on your computer. So basically, you're telling me to go to my computer and then go to D drive, and I don't have a CCUC folder, so that's not going to work. You got to put the picture on the internet somewhere and then post a link to it. Hey, David Carter. I don't know. Oh, what? What cake? I feel like it. I don't like you very much, so we have to consider that too. You're an annoying pest. Because it annoys you. Good. The less it annoys you, the better. I enjoy being a pest. You're calling me an idiot? You're calling me an idiot? Do you realize how hard I could bite you? I can draw blood. I ordered a hobby knife off of AliExpress, and I didn't realize it came with this little itty bitty blade. I mean, I've never seen a blade so small, but I can think of uses. Wait a minute. Oh, that's loose. Oh, this is a rotating blade, or is it not supposed to? No, I think it's supposed to. It's a drag knife. That's cool. I could definitely think of uses for that. There it goes. Oh, that's cool. I can even think of, maybe mounting that to the 3D printer. This one's a flawed print, but it's still pretty, so I'm still going to use it. No, that's a, the blade doesn't come out.
Tell them no.
Let me show you this. This is kind of cool, actually.
Don't say no.
Shut your mouth.
No.
You're going to get bitten. So, this actually has a rotating end. It's a drag knife. The blade doesn't come out. I think that whole entire thing comes out. Or, oh no, wait a minute. The blade's on the inside. Oh yeah, look, there's a little pivot. Yeah, see? It's supposed to pivot inside there. This is actually a drag knife. Oh, that is cool. Yeah, I was too. I thought it was just a regular X-Acto knife, but no, that's a drag knife. That is supposed to spin around. The idea is, when you're drawing with the knife, you can draw with it. Watch. See how the knife turns when I change direction? This way the knife is always facing the direction you're going. So this would let you do things like cut out a circle. Like that. So it is a hobby knife, but it's a hobby knife made to cut out shapes. That's kind of cool. Exactly. You could, in theory, I could mount this on a 3D printer for cutting out like paper templates and stuff. That's actually kind of cool. Yeah, a plotter blade. Well, the only issue would be if it's snagged on the material. I don't know. So you'd want to put it down with some spray adhesive for temporary hold. I'm not sure, but it's interesting, that's for sure. So I will definitely have fun with that. That was one of the $1.99 items I got from AliExpress. That's kind of cool. One, two, 3, 4, 1. Okay. $210 characters, 10 above the max. What? Do you have a Gmail account? Do you have a Google account? Just drag and drop it into your drive, then share a link. Isn't it addictive? I wish I had an affiliate link for it. It's very addictive. You can just find such interesting stuff so cheap. Like the current stuff that I'm finding, which I'm not buying because I have no money. But it's my current list of stuff I'd like to get. Oh, that's kind of cool. Turn that off. Come here.
Just turn on.
There we go. Oh, now it's going to tip over? Really? Son of a bitch, I told you to turn off. It's a mass to hold it. So the current stuff that I'm finding, you gotta rotate this. Transform. There we go.
Monkey lizard.
Of course, it's upside down. You're gonna get your face bitten. I'm just gonna bite your face and then be done with it. There we go. That's close enough. So I really want to get a bunch of these. These are little parachute guys with nylon parachutes, because I want to stuff like 30 of them in a rocket and then just puke them out at 1,000 feet. Finally found a US power supply. So I want to grab that. Some more of my cables with the power meter built in. Another 3-meter extension. Another one of those cameras. I got one of these tape measures in, and now I want more of them because they're actually really nice. It's a 3-meter tape measure, and it's super compact. It's really small. Another cable, another camera. This is a wire stripper. I'm thinking I might be able to sell this locally. You know, mount it to a little wooden platform, maybe sell it for $50 after I add, you know, a framework to it and everything. We'll see what kind of quality it is. These are some different length Phillips bits. Another US power supply, another US power supply. Actually, I want to get rid of this one because I don't need it. That's a 5-meter tape measure for $3. Another hat with the balaclava face shield and ear shield. I don't need the face part, but I need the ear part. Here's a 30-watt wireless charger for $2. Here's some window screen repair tape. So I want to keep some of that handy. This is a USB-C to USB 3.0 full-size adapter. Another one of my cables I like. And of course, I keep trying to order this one and it keeps getting canceled. It's a solar dancing thing, you know, the solar thing that wiggles around, but it's the middle finger. I want that, and it keeps getting canceled. So what else do we have today? Let's see. All my razors got canceled. That entire order got canceled for some reason. Really annoying. Already got the camera. Nice chest bag. Crossbody bag, whatever you want to call it. But that looks decent. Let's see here. Portable sewing machine. Wow, for $2, I might grab that. I got these in. Yeah, the actual driver is plastic, which kind of sucks. I mean, it's good enough. I mean, these micro bits, you're not going to be applying a lot of torque to them, so the plastic's more than strong enough. But I would have preferred metal, but still not bad for $2. I got 2 of them and I'm happy with that. Is that iPhone? Nope, that's a C2C. Do I already have this one? Yeah, I already have it. Okay. Another camera. That's a European power supply. Little utility knives, too expensive. Got that one. But you can see there's a whole bunch of neat stuff. $2.99 for a battery bank is actually not too bad. Yeah, I want to get more of these. I think I already have this one. Yep, already got it. European. iPhone. Yeah, if you want to get kinky. Ooh, another one. Alright, cannot use that one, but I can get that one. Oh, I already got it. A smartwatch for $2. It's a dumb smartwatch, but still, it's $2 freaking dollars. Little music boxes. I want to get one of these, but I only want the Jurassic Park one, and you can't pick. It's random. Yeah, it's random. But I only want the Jurassic Park one. The Jurassic Park one's the one I want. Oh my god, a light up pair of balls for your bike. These are good. These make great rocket gliders. They glide really, really well. That's a C-to-C cable. Go away. Go away. Oh, you son of a bitch. See if there's anything else good. Oh, that's done. I need to print some more. Wrong one. Ah, reset to the top again. That's annoying. They have photochromatic sunglasses. I got a pair of those coming. There's a simple USB to SATA adapter for plugging in external hard drives. This way you don't need an enclosure. Those are handy. This is pretty nice. Some cheap harmonicas. Tumblers, cycling glasses. Is that a little mini harmonica? Yeah, little mini harmonica. GPS tracker. This might work for you European folks, but probably won't work here in the US. What is that? Oh, it's just a little battery-powered light. Ha! No shit. Yeah, we're getting that. That's just a duh. Of course we're getting that. It's a goddamn Infinity Gem gauntlet. It's a freaking Infinity Gem gauntlet bottle opener. Internet security, and I'm hooked into something. It reset the goddamn page again. Why does it do that? I hate that. Yeah, that's just cool. Especially if it's made of metal. Is it made of metal? No idea. That's cool. Little RC helicopter for $3. Again, these are nice if you want to read the codes on your car. Disco ball helicopter. I got a set of these. We'll see if they work. The heated inserts, USB powered. Got a couple of these to test out. I keep touching it. So we'll see how well they work. Oh, the little electric scrubber for the bathroom, worthless. If you see it, do not buy it. It has no speed whatsoever, and it has no torque whatsoever. Literally, it just goes. That's about how fast it spins. It's worthless. It's not going to clean a goddamn thing. I just touched it and it stopped. The motor has no torque. I call it, as far as I'm concerned, it's a borderline scam. So if you see that bathroom cleaning scrubber, electric scrubber thing, just walk away. It's worthless. Let me see if I can find it and show you, so you know what to avoid. Okay. Ow. This. This here. This scrubber brush thing, absolutely worthless garbage. It's not even the normal. It was a $2.99 deal. It was $2.99 or $3.99. I don't remember which, but it's not worth $1.99. It is absolutely. It looks like that's what it looks like in the picture. It's absolutely worthless. You might be able to use that to clean a window, but this here can never be used. The motor doesn't have enough torque. As soon as you touch that to any surface, it's not going to work. The motor is just going to stop. It's got so little torque and so little speed. You got to have either torque or speed. You need one of them. Ideally, you want both, but in reality, you need at least one. You know, you need either high speed or you need torque to do any kind of cleaning. And this has neither. It's like it's the cheapest plastic frame you could ever expect, which I was expecting. And then they took like the little motors that you see on toys at the dollar store. You know, those little weak little motors that can't do shit. That's what's in here. It's worthless. It's borderline what I would call a scam. Because it's so weak, it's so absolutely useless. It's garbage. This, on the other hand, is actually pretty cool. It's very cheaply made. You know, it's very thin, but that's okay. It'll work. You got the wraparound. You can take off the face part because I don't need that part, but the part I need is the wraparound. The only problem is the back. Does it show it? Yeah, see the back here? See how it's open? It being open is bad because that's exposing your neck to being burned. So I would seal this shut. But besides that, this is excellent. It's definitely worth $2, that's for sure. Even the $5 price is not bad. I got the bone conduction. I got the bone conduction headset. I'm not expecting it to be very good, but we'll see. So I'll let you know how well that works. But for $1.99, I was like, I'll try one. All right, guys, that's it for this week. I'm going to continue making more prints with this, and I'm going to put together a regular video, hopefully for this Sunday, on the Mingda. I'm impressed. If you want an Ender 3 sized but CR6 SE quality printer, my initial impressions are extremely positive. In fact, I have no negative impressions. It just works. And that's actually pretty impressive. Didn't see what? Oh, the printer? This one here? Oh, let me rotate all this. There we go. But so far, I am exceptionally impressed with it. I have no complaints. It's almost turnkey. You know, literally 8 screws, hit the auto level button, and then hit print. And it just works. Right now, I'm printing the spadexes. That's the little part that goes to the center of the flower, because I have to change color. So I put yellow PETG in here, and we're printing a whole bunch of the spadexes. So hopefully I will have a video ready this Sunday if I have enough prints to show. I want to get a couple of other things printed. But I'm impressed. It's not a review yet. It's going to take a couple months, but my initial impressions are extremely positive. You're basically getting something the quality of a CR6 SE or an Anycubic Cobra for the price of an Ender 3. It's got auto bed leveling that actually works. It's got filament detection that's actually done right. It's also, it's a little bit better for kids than your typical 3D printer because everything is shrouded. Because everything is shrouded, there's less chance of them sticking their fingers somewhere where they shouldn't. Obviously, it's still an industrial machine. You still want to be careful around children, but this one's a little bit better than most. Solid construction. The plastic looks nice. It's a 230 by 230 by 260. The build volume is 230 by 230 by 260. So it's actually a teeny bit bigger than the Ender 3, smaller than the CR6 SE, because the Ender 3 is 220, the CR6 SE is 235, this is 230. But it's taller than all of them. It's 260 instead of 250. And you can actually print the full 250 build height. I printed this on this printer. So you could print big things on it. It also allowed me to do my rocket as 2 pieces instead of 3 pieces. Because I was able to make them 260 millimeters tall. Small things, no problem. I now have a 0.6 millimeter nozzle on here, so I can choose 0.4 or 0.6. That's why the first phase failed. I accidentally did a 0.4 millimeter layer height with a 0.4 extrusion, so of course that wasn't going to work. It still finished it though. That was impressive. Just sucks that I had to waste all that filament. But the touchscreen is great. The UI is fantastic. It's not capacitive, it's resistive, but it's reasonably responsive. There's no lag time. You know, the only problem I have is in the file selection menu. It's not that hard to accidentally tap the wrong one, but it shows you a confirmation screen first before it goes on. So if you hit the wrong one, you just hit cancel and hit the right one. Control is good. The only thing lacking is you cannot reverse the filament direction in the control. So you can tell it to load filament but not unload. That's kind of annoying. I'm hoping that's something they can fix. Wiring management is fantastic. You basically have none. It's very well laid out, very clean. I have no complaint. And it's direct drive, dual gear. I have no complaints. It's fantastic. It really is a good machine. This machine is going to stay here on this table as a permanent installation. Unless something goes wrong, this machine is going to see regular daily use now. I just love the fact that I could just hit print and walk away. I don't have to calibrate anything. I don't have to tune anything. I don't have to adjust anything. I could just hit print and walk away. So I'm impressed. My next objective is to see if I can get a replacement plate with a PC surface so that I can do cold printing. But beyond that, good job, Mingda. I mean, sure, they learn. The thing is, how are they able to make such a good printer? Well, they waited for everybody else to do it first, and then they corrected all the mistakes everybody else made. That is a solid business plan. You don't get first mover advantage, but your first machine is nice and reliable. So there's nothing wrong with that. And now for, I think it's $289, and there's probably a coupon to bring it down below $250. There usually is. Let's see, where is that? Why would you do that? Oh, it's so slow. I gotta reslice this to get rid of that. There it is. Oh, yeah. See, why do they do this? Why is it that I can't click on these links in here? They've made the idea lists so difficult to manage now. I used to be able to drag and drop, hit the X to delete. It used to look like this, and then I could there'd be a little X in the corner. I can use just delete, 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 delete all the stuff that was out of stock. You know, there'd be a little X right here in the corner. And they got rid of all that. And now it's a ridiculously cumbersome interface to modify this list. $349, well, probably $289 with the coupon. Yeah, there it is. So $350, $70 coupon. So $270 out the door. That's a common thing they do. Everybody does it because it works. You know, they put a price that they're never going to charge, and then they apply a coupon. That's just a common thing they all do now. I don't blame them for doing it because everybody else is doing it, so they have to too. Oh, it's taking so long to load the page. There it is. Of course, it didn't actually copy it. So you're not going to let me copy it? There you go. So you're looking at $279 because $350 minus $70 coupon. $279, but you get strain relief bed leveling that uses the actual nozzle to level the bed. So, for example, if you have a BL Touch or a Pinda Probe or something like that, if you change the nozzle, you have to change the offset because that nozzle is going to be a slightly different length. With this, you don't. You can change the nozzle, then just hit the auto level again. You don't even need to hit the auto level again. When it touches off, it's going to be touching off using the nozzle, which means it'll automatically adjust to the new nozzle. You don't have to change anything. USB port, SD card slot, full size for both. USB-C port, a nice, decent, large color screen that's responsive with a decent UI that doesn't suck. While this entire thing is plastic, underneath is an aluminum extrusion frame. So it is strong and stiff. It's not going to wobble or wiggle on you. It's got 4 cooling fans inside here. 2 for the hot end and 2 for the parts. It's got a general blower and a focus blower. So cooling is actually halfway decent. It uses proper ribbon cables. Proper ribbon cables for the connection. So it's a drag chain ribbon setup. You can see it here. You see here, he uses a proper ribbon cable, not that zero insert ribbon cables that always tear and break. These are much more durable, and you're not going to damage it inserting it either. But I have absolutely zero complaints about this printer. It just works. What's the difference here? What? I guess I have the blue one. I don't know what the difference is, but apparently there's a difference. One's white, one's blue. I don't know why they have two different color silk screens, but they do. Okay. Is there any other difference? Same price. Yeah, it looks like the only difference is the color. Silent auto leveling, one touch smart auto leveling. Yeah. I guess if you want this logo and this name to be blue instead of white, you can pick the blue one. Okay. But there you go. $270. That's not freaking bad. I'm impressed. Proper mag sheet, proper textured PEI surface. It is a steel plate. It has alignment jigging. It's got proper strain relief for the secured heat bed connection on the back. They really did basically optical leveling for both steppers on both sides for the Z-axis. I don't know if it actually does independent, but it has end stops on both sides. And they're optical. So no moving parts. I mean, it's a damned well thought out machine. The only problem I had is when mine came in, this had fallen off in the packaging, the knob. So I just had to push the, I almost got my finger stuck in there. I just had to push the bolt out and reattach it. This came loose in shipping on mine. But otherwise, nothing. Are you serious? This printer is $569 in Canada? Are you sure that's not the bigger one? No way. Why the fuck would I have to enter characters to visit the Canada site? I'm not going to do that. I refuse to. I am not going to fill out a CAPTCHA to visit your website. Is that the wrong address? Is it .com.ca or is it amazon.ca? Well, I guess I won't go to the Canada site. I'm not filling out a CAPTCHA to visit a fucking website. I'm just not. That's a matter of principle. Screw you. There's no reason to make someone fill out a CAPTCHA just to go to the home page. That's lunacy. Yeah, that's what I went to. Amazon.ca. Let me try a different browser. I refuse. I'm not doing it. That's so dumb that I just won't do it because it's dumb. That didn't do it. So why the hell did Firefox ask me to do it? It's not available in Canada. Yeah, it's not available. So here it is, but it's just not available. Yeah, that's a scalper. Yeah, that's a scalper trying to sell it. That's not the company. It's not available in Canada, and a scalper is taking advantage of the fact that it's not available and trying to scalp people to pay that price. So they're buying it in China and drop shipping it to you for an inflated price. This is scalping. This has nothing to do with the company. Or because it's shipped from outside Canada. Because it says it's from Mingda. What? That's usually what scalpers do. Is this for this, or is this for the listing in general? And this is an alternative option. But it has to have something to do with this. Fulfilled by Amazon from outside of Canada. It has to have something to do with that. There must be some kind of tariff or VAT or something that's screwing things around. And because look, the shipping is $143. Yeah, $39 shipping fee and $105 in import fees. Yeah, there's something weird with where this is coming from. So that's probably due to weird Canadian law thing. Yeah, that's just this shouldn't even be available as an option, and Amazon is just technically saying, well, we could technically do it for this, but you'd have to be dumb to do it. Yeah, well, but it's not in Canada. It's Amazon offering it from outside of Canada. So that's something weird's going on with that. I would ignore that. You need to see what it is once it's in stock in Canada. Because as you can see here, it says it's not available. That's why it's hidden under this see all buying options thing. So I see similar things in the US when that happens, where it'll be like this, not available, and then you'll have other buying options, and then you can't do it. Now, one thing that is annoying is when this has been happening a lot lately. Where it shows you one price and then you can't buy it. So here it is. I want this for $10.41. You see it there for $10.41. Here it is for $11. They might. So I want this for $10.41. But when you actually click it, you can't buy it. It's $15.70. So where the fuck is the $10.41? It's not here. So either they're doing something goofy or it's broken, but it's showing a price that's not available. Same thing happened with the glue. Like this one here. $11.99 to $15.99. But it's $13.79 when you go in. Where's the $11.99 price? Where's the $11.99 that you were showing me? It doesn't exist. So something with certain products is goofy on Amazon. I'm not sure what they're doing. This is $11. Is that a fake price too? No, it's available for $11. Okay, I do need some of that. Well, if you need a whole shit ton of PVA, here's a gallon for $21. See, they shouldn't be allowed to do that. That should be illegal. You see that all the time on things like AliExpress. And it's really a big problem on eBay. I want to try to find you an example. where you'll see an advertised price that's not actually available. Because what they do is they add an additional product that's dirt cheap, and that's the price they show you. And that should be illegal. The problem is, I don't have a problem with them adding a additional product that's cheaper. I have a problem with them showing the expensive product with the cheapest price. Meaning, if they want to have a listing with a 99-cent item in the product, fine. But then you show the picture of the 99-cent item, or you show the price of the item pictured. The picture and the price should match. And it should be illegal for it not to match. And the problem is, eBay and Amazon make money off this, so they don't enforce it, which is why the government has to enforce it. You know, the FTC should have something to say about this, because it should not be legal to do that. Less on AliExpress. Well, it depends on what you're looking for. I see it mostly on eBay. It's bad on eBay. You'll see an item, oh, that's a cheap price, and then you realize, oh, that's just a USB cable. 99-cent USB cable. AliExpress seems to crack down on that. It's actually pretty rare on AliExpress. At least in my experience so far, it's pretty rare. I want these badly, but I'm waiting for them to come down in price. These are the batteries that I use in my digital camera. And I have ones where, see, here's another one. This is an example. This is a mild example of what I'm talking about. You're thinking 2 of them for $32.99, right? No. That's for 1 of them. So they're showing the single unit price, but they're showing the double unit picture. They should not be allowed to do that. They need to either make this the single unit picture or make this the double unit price. They should not be allowed to mix and match like that. This one's probably the same thing. That's probably the price just for the charger case. Yeah. Even on the listing, you see that when I first brought up the listing showed the broken, I mean, look at that. This is a lie. This is a complete fabrication, a fiction. Because you can't buy this for $21.61. But that's what's selected. But it's showing that picture. You have to actually click it to get past the illusion. Now you see you're just getting the case. Charger only. Or you could buy just the battery. I'm actually surprised they didn't show the $11.49 price. I'm surprised they didn't do that. But that's the actual price, $41.99. God, I hate when they do that. But anyway, I'm waiting for these to come down in price. I already have these batteries, but they're micro USB. This is a new version that has USB-C. And I want the USB-C version. But I'm not paying $30 a piece for a $10 battery. So I gotta wait until more people make them, and wait until when they're new, they charge a premium price. You know, these were $50 a piece a couple months ago. Now they're down to $30 a piece. When they get down below $20 a piece, then I'll buy them. But I want the USB-C. But yeah, that's really, really, really freaking annoying when they do that. They should not be allowed to do that. That's actually a decent deal for that power cable. $1 free shipping? Oh, it's an EU plug. That's annoying. I wonder if they have 12-volt fridge adapters. 12-volt fridge wire. I need cheap wires for my fridges so I can convert them. There it is. That's the kind I need right there. It's still expensive, $9.45. I want to get it for like $2. But I need that kind of plug right there. I think. I'm pretty sure that's the plug I use right there. That was just $3. I don't think this is the right plug. Oh, it might be. No, that's the 2-round pin plug. It's not the kind I need. This kind. Looks like an inverted AC outlet. Well, $3 is not too bad. I want to save that. I'm pretty sure that is the plug right there. And login always fails. I always have to do it twice, no matter what. I have no idea why I have to do it twice, but I have to do it twice every time. All I need is the plug, so I don't need it to be 3 meters long. Okay. Anything cheaper? That one's $2. It's not free shipping. That other one might not be free shipping either. I'll have to hunt around. See, I don't need this kind. I need the blade kind. I want to convert my fridges to run on USB-C directly. Wow, that is a tiny thumb drive. A half thickness USB thumb drive. That's cool. Wow. That is so tiny. Huh. Oh, you can get 32 gigs too for $5. That's about right for price. The only problem is they're probably really slow. That's cool though. What's this? Micro. That's a micro plug. Yeah, I've seen these before. Yeah, it's a micro USB plug. I want USB-C. I just don't want to pay $33 each for it. Now that's actually kind of cool. What the fuck is it doing? It like every time I try to click on part of it, it makes it go away. It hides it. Look, it's all hiding from me when I click on it. What the fuck? But I need a platform eventually to make my VR rig for rocketry. I keep trying to get 360 Go to send me their new 360 camera because it does 100 frames per second, and that's what I need. The minimum speed I need is 100 frames a second. Actually, I could print some yellow ones. Yeah, let's print a flower in yellow. Because I need to slow the video down. A rocket flight is too short for the human experience. So if I could take a 20-second rocket flight and slow it down to 1/4 speed, that would be an 80-second experience, which is just enough to be usable without making people sick. So the idea is I put a 360-degree camera on the nose of the rocket, and then I just play that video back inside a set of VR goggles. But you're going to stand on a platform, and that platform is going to rattle and shake to the rocket taking off. So you'll be able to fly your rocket and then experience that flight at 1/4 human speed by playing it back on a VR headset on a motion platform that'll shake. And basically I'd put a big giant subwoofer transducer on the bottom of the platform so that the platform would go and shake to the bass note of the rocket flying. And it would even be neat to have a little bit of tilt. Have it tilt even just like 5 or 8 degrees. Just enough that if the rocket tilts, you'll actually experience the tilt in person. I'm not sure how to do that yet. That might not be possible. At least not within my means. But theoretically, playing back the VR video and having the transducer go to the audio should be possible. That should be something I can achieve. I just think that would be a really cool way to experience a model rocket flight. And then you might also be able to do something similar with real rocket flights. So it would be interesting to, the problem with the real rocket flight is getting the video back. See, I'd like to convince SpaceX to put a 360 camera on the nose of the rocket. Or somehow get 360 video of the flight and be able to play that back in VR while you're standing on top of a transducer pad. I just think that would be really cool. And but the problem is recording the video is relatively easy. The problem becomes, how do you get the video back? Since that little camera is not going to transmit video. So, I don't know. I'll have to think about that. Yeah, you can find all kinds. You got to be careful. A lot of times the prices are not that good and you got shipping involved. But as long as you look around carefully and refine your search, you can usually find a pretty damn good deal. Like this is something I'm going to be looking into soon. This is a 12-volt boosted full function USB-C PD power supply. So you can get USB-C PD output. There we go. So there's your USB and your USB-C, and it's full PD compliant up to 100 watts. So, and you can stack them. So you can have multiple all running on the same power wire as long as that power wire can handle the load. So for example, this stack right here will give you 400 watts of USB-C PD power. And so I'd be able to make a nice power hub for USB-C PD. This would be great in things like travel rigs, RVs, stuff like that, because you can get 5-volt USB out of this. You can get 9-volt, 12-volt, and 20-volt. So you can run things like, charge your things like your razors and stuff like that. You can plug in things like USB earbuds in your older cell phones and stuff like that. You can plug in things like 12-volt accessories for your car up to 100 watts. Theoretically, it might be possible to daisy chain 2 of them to give you 200 watts. So you can run the higher power 12-volt stuff. Things like fish finders and radar detectors and stuff like that. You'd be able to make all this stuff USB-C, and you also have 20 volts available for your 24-volt stuff. Some of that might run okay on 20 volts instead of 24. It depends. But the point is, you'd have one unified cable and one unified power supply for all your gadgets. That'd be pretty cool, where everything in your rig would all be USB-C. Everything would be USB-C. And you could even use things like decoy triggers so that you could plug all the lights in your RV into your 12 volt, 24 volt array. As long as you have less than 100 watts, you can then just daisy chain all your lights on one string and just plug that into a USB-C port. That's pretty neat. That's a pretty interesting potential. USB or 12 volt powered fans and stuff like that. All of it. Your fridge and cooler could all run on 12 volts or 20 volts. So we're finally starting to see these type power supplies available for an affordable price. Interesting potential. It's definitely an interesting potential. But what we need is stuff like this. Stuff that's designed for 100% uptime. A lot of these USB stuff, they're not designed to run 24/7. And what we need is high quality enough power boards like this that are made to run 24/7. They're rated for their 100 watts and they can put it out continuously. Because just being able to use the same cable for everything. And then if you have a power outage, you could just bring out your battery box and plug into the USB PD100 port on the USB battery box, and there you go. Now your fridge is running on the battery. And if something breaks or something, everything's USB-C PD, which is becoming more and more commonly available. It's becoming more and more universal. And the European Union just forced Apple to put a USB-C port on their phones. We'll see how badly Apple figures out how to bypass the law and cripple that USB port. But because that's just Apple for you. But yeah, it's interesting. There's a lot of interesting potential, that's for sure. I like these Cal Lilies so much, I'm gonna make these part of my SD card. They're gonna become a permanent part of my my SD card printer setup. So I'm gonna put those files on the SD card. So every time I get a new color filament, I can print out, a new set of flowers in the new color. I have the strings of 12 volt LED, like the big round ones you got last year. Yep. They're 12 volts. They shouldn't be 12 volts. It should be AC powered. All of mine are AC powered. I mean, they are available 12 volts, but they should be AC powered. Well, if yours really are 12 volts, there's two ways you could do that. You could simply get a 12 volt adapter, any 12 volt adapter. Just make sure it has the wattage that those lights require. So you're going to have to look up the specs of your lights, or you're going to have to plug a meter into it, and you're going to have to see how much power they consume, add 20% for overhead, and then buy any 12 volt power. You probably have one. If you're like, well, I don't have them anymore, I left them back in Pennsylvania because there was no reason to bring them with me. But if you're like me, you have a drawer, a trash can, or a box somewhere in your house with every power brick you ever had in your life. So you have this giant box, rat's nest of power supplies. Find one that's 12 volts that puts out the number of amps you need. So if you know the wattage, take the wattage and divide it by 12. So if you have 144 watts, that's 12 amps. If you have 36 watts, that's 3 amps. If you have 10 watts, that's less than an amp. So find a power supply with the correct voltage and the correct amperage that will power the lights. Snip off the end and wire it in, create a plug to wire it into your 12 volt. What you should do is take the 12 volt plug on your lights, if it has a 12 volt plug, and cut the wire about 6 inches behind it, splice in a set of T's so that you can have the 12 volt plug or your new plug when you're powering it in the house. That way you can still power it from like a car battery or something like that. Oh yeah, you smoked them. Don't do that. So see how much watts they consume at 12 volts. And then you can also run them lower if you want. See if they'll go, if they were able to run at 24 volts, they could probably run at 10 volts or 8 volts. See if they'll run at 9 volts. 9 volts is a nice voltage because there's lots of power supplies out there at 9 volts, including USB-C. And the other nice thing about 9 volts is you will undervolt your LED lights. They will probably still be bright enough, but they'll run at a much lower wattage, which means they'll last a whole lot longer and take a whole lot less power, assuming they're still bright enough for what you want them for. Usually you don't use those lights to light up an area. Usually they're more decorative. And then you could either run them off a 9 volt power supply or grab yourself, I don't know what I did with it. Is it in here? Grab yourself one of these $3 USB-C decoy triggers, and you just set the dip switches to either 9 volts or 12 volts, and then that's it. You then make this, you take the wires from your lights, put them into here, into the to these terminals here, and then come on, stop being a nudge. So you run them into the terminal block there. You set your dip switches to make it 12 volts, verify it's 12 volts, and then you simply plug them into here. So your lights would plug into here, and then your USB cord would plug into here, and now your lights are USB-C. Or just get a dedicated 9 or 12 volt power supply. Done. Oh, I know what you're talking about. You're talking about the little squares of lights on strings. I thought you were talking about the bistro lighting that I have outside. Yes, those are 12 volts. AliExpress. I don't have a link. Let's see. Go to AliExpress. You can get them on Amazon, but they'll probably cost a lot more. And type in USB decoy 2PC, because you want 2 pieces. I know what lights you're talking about now. You could probably definitely undervolt them a little bit and save some power and heat. So what you're looking for is this. Looks like that doesn't work. Let's try trigger. Yep, I know exactly what you're talking about. Those are great lights too. Why am I having difficulty finding this?
Doesn't like
This should not be this difficult.
it. Doesn't like you.
Your face is ugly. Ask me if I care.
Do you want a tea?
No.
Good, I wasn't gonna keep them on anyways.
Why am I having so much trouble finding this?
I don't know.
Yeah, I used just one of them. Yes.
What are you looking up?
Wish list.
Going soon.
Uh-huh. Oh, come on. Ow. There we go. Seriously? I can't load it? You're gonna prevent me from loading this, you fucking piece of shit? Okay, it loads in a new tab. Okay.
Behave.
Lick my balls.
Like my balls is not on.
It's an instruction. Comply.
You heard him, Ender.
Resistance is futile. Is this it? No, this is for 1.
That's the one you clicked.
I know, but this is the wrong one. Is that seller gone already? You also need this little chart here. So make sure you save a screen cap of that when you buy it.
Did you get your notification yet from Walmart?
Yeah. I'm trying to look for other items. Here we go. Nope. 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 It should be under $3 with a little bit of shipping. Why can't I find this? Why is this so hard to find?
Maybe the seller's gone.
This should not be this hard to find. But the best deal was a two-piece set. The seller must be gone. Wait a minute, I already bought it. So it should be in my account. I got it right here. Now you can get smaller ones that you have to solder, so it's a permanent change, which is great for heat shrinking. That's about right. You should be paying right around $3 to $3.50 for two of them.
There it is.
There it is. There we go. Two pieces, $3.52, free shipping. You get two of them. So you're only paying $1.76 each. Now, I don't know if you're going to get free shipping on where you are. But there is the link to it. Maybe it'll auto-convert to Canada for you. I'm not sure. But that's the specific one I get. So let's try doing a search for this. That's the title. But that's the cheapest one I could find. It's $1.76 each because you're getting two of them for $3.52 with free shipping.
It's from Canada?
It looks like they do have coupons. You can get $1 off if you order $20 worth. There you go. Perfect. Exactly right.
He's from Canada?
So $4 Canadian, you get two of them. Now, these are not power supplies. All they are doing is triggering your USB-C PD power supply you already have to put out the correct voltage. So, for example, when you plug your phone in to a USB-C PD port, you notice it starts to charge, then it stops charging, then it starts charging again. You might not see it on the phone, but I see it when I use my cables that show me the power output. That's because it initially defaults, with assuming it has the resistor, to 5 volts, and then your phone talks to the chip inside and says, hey, I can take better. Can you give me better? And then they negotiate. And so there's a little resistor inside that tells the power supply, hey, I can handle 20 volts. Give me 20 volts if you're capable. You can't? Okay, how about 12? All right? So what this does is this is the trigger. This is basically tricking the USB-C PD to put out whatever it is you want it to put out. Would that be 5 volt, 9 volt, 12 volt, or 20 volt? So in your case, try your power supply, see if it works well enough at 9 volts. And if it works at 9 volts, use 9 volts. If it doesn't, use 12 volts. But then you would grab this right there, print out a copy of that. I don't know with the switches, I don't know which way is up or down. It says 1 or 0 is on or off, but I don't know which is, it actually does 15 volts too. 5, 9, 12, 15, and 20. So you would set these dip switches to get the desired voltage output, and now you would simply have a dumb power supply. that gives you whatever you programmed the USB-C PD power supply to put out. Most of the little cheap, like little 20-watt power supplies, they only put out 5 or 9 volts. You usually need a more full-featured USB-C PD to get 12 volts and 15 volts and 20 volts. That's why I try to only buy 100-watt power supplies, because I know they can do the full range. But yeah, these are really handy for that, assuming your device runs within the wattage limitations. You'll have to look at your actual device. Hang on. 100-watt USB PD. And remember, they do have solder ones that are a whole lot cheaper, but they're not just dip switch adjustable like this. But if you know you're running your device on a particular power output, you can get them really cheap. Well, that's another reason to run them at 9 volts. You'll lower the wattage. So, for example, here's an Amazon Basics GAN 100-watt, $40, not bad. Let's see here. Do they show? Yeah, that one shows it. Here we go. So this is capable of putting out 5 volts at 3 amps, which is 15 watts. 9 volts at 3 amps, which is 27 watts. 15 volts at 3 amps, which is 45 watts. 20 volts at 3.25 amps, which is 65 watts. So this is not a 100-watt output. This is a 100-watt total. So this one maxes out at, no, wait a minute, here we go. USB-C, here we go. So 5, 9, and 15 volts are all 3 amps. 20 volt is 5 amps. So you can put out 5 volts at 15 watts, 9 volts at 27 watts, 15 volts at 45 watts, or 20 volts at 100 watts. So theoretically, I can run mine off 15 volts. I'm surprised this doesn't do 12 volts. This one's missing the 12 volt option. Interesting. 12 volt is part of the spec. Oh, here's one for... Why did you do that? Why did you do that? Are you trying to piss me off? That's a good way of pissing me off. So this one's only $32. Now, is this capable of putting out 100 watts or 100 watts total? Okay, so this one here is 20 watts max, so we don't want this one. So they're just adding up the wattage of all these ports. We want actual, USB 100 watt. So you'd be looking for one that only has a single port or 2 ports, like this one here. Now you could, of course, hook 2 of them in series and then run it at 20 volts. Now you could run 100 watts. Because that would mean you'd be putting 10 volts into each string. Now that is risky. If one string fails, now you got 20 volts going into a single string, depending on how it fails. Woo, that one's 200 watts. Wow. So I'm guessing that's dual 100-watt full speed. If you only use 2 of them, you get 100 watts each. Nice. A little expensive, but still, that's pretty sweet that they're actually starting to do that now. See, this here is basically a decoy, a dummy decoy that has a plug in it. So it's got the appropriate resistor in here so that you can plug this into a laptop, for example. So it's probably set for 15 volts or 20 volts. I have one for my my X1 Carbon. I think I have it in here. There it is. So here's my Lenovo, X1 Carbon, and now I can now take my USB-C port and plug it into this little adapter here. And where is that plug? It should be that one right there. So now I can plug this into this. Oop. And plug this into this. And now I can charge my laptop, and it should charge. Uh-oh. It's not charging. That should work. Why isn't that working? I've used this before. I know it works. Ew. All kinds of crud. Does it have any power at all? Oh, it's not working. Is that not plugged in? Yeah, well, obviously it's plugged in. I can see it. Interesting. I wonder why that's not working. Maybe I need more power? This is only a 20 volt. Oh, this one doesn't put out 20 volts. This one puts out PD60. This one will do it. Yeah, it's just not enough power. There we go. Now it's working. And we are 2 watts, 11 watts, 13 watts, 10 watts, 12 watts. So it looks like it's settling around 12 to 14 watts. It keeps jumping around. But there you go. Now it's charging. Oh, there's a loose connection here somewhere. What I want you to do is not start up at all. I just want you to charge. Okay. Let's leave that here and let that charge up. Come on. It was charging. Now it stopped. I don't know if it's a dirty connection or what. There we go. Oh, no. Turned on for a second. It's like it's having trouble negotiating. Oh, there we go. 40 watts, 50 watts. It tried going high power for a moment. Oh, I think I might have exceeded the power of this port. I think it keeps trying to boot up, and I don't want it to. There, 55 watts. 58 watts. I mean, now it's charging at the proper power. It keeps trying to boot up, and I don't want it to boot up. I just want it to charge. I think when it tries to boot up, it goes over 60 watts. Just stay at 58 watts. Don't try to... It keeps trying to turn on. I'm going to have to plug it into one of my more powerful chargers. It's probably just the cheap power supply and this cheap battery. Because it goes right to 58 watts. And then I see this light blink on the keyboard, and the keyboard lights up. I think the laptop is trying to boot up. And when it does that, it draws too much power. Well, that actually looks pretty nice in yellow.
Chris,
What?
can we get corn dogs today?
Yes,
They're 99 cents.
They're 99 cents. We're getting 99-cent corn dogs today.
Can I get my slushie?
No. Don't be greedy.
I didn't even get to notification.
It turned off again. It must be the power supply in this device, combined with the fact that the laptop tries to turn on. Yeah, I'm gonna run too. It's 3 o'clock. We're gonna go grab some dinner, and I will see you guys later. So, Uber Eats? No, we don't do Uber Eats. We couldn't afford Uber Eats even if we wanted to because okay. I was a pizza delivery driver. I know what it costs to deliver food to people. And I would have no choice but to pay the guy 65 cents a mile to bring the food to me, plus a tip. Because I know Uber Eats is not going to pay him. So the only thing I can do is like I will never order delivery for pizza unless I have $5 in cash to hand the driver. I'm right here in town. They only have to drive a mile and a half, so $5 is a fair tip. But I will not order delivery unless I can afford the tip. While that should be the responsibility of the employer, it's not the fault of the driver. And so punishing the driver for the actions of the employer doesn't make sense either, even though most people do exactly that. So no, we would not order Uber Eats or anything like that. It would just, that's too expensive. Nope, we're just going to drive to Sonic. Sonic has deals where they'll make something cheap for a day. And today is 99-cent corn dog day. So if you go to a Sonic, you can get corn dogs for 99 cents. Also, remember, Sonic, if you order through the app, 24 hours a day, slushies and drinks are 50% off. Don't add anything to them because you don't get the 50% on the add-ons. But you can get a slushie or a soda, Route 44, for less than $2, like $1.60. 44-ounce soda or slushie for $1.60 to $2. It's like, can't beat that. So, sometimes, if you get a reward, it's a limit of 1. But if it's a discount day like today, it's usually 6, either 6 or 8. But we have 2 accounts, so we could, like, we'll probably order 6, 3 each. That's fair because they're relatively small corn dogs, but they're high in calories because they're covered in cornbread. So for example, if it were to limit us to 5, I would just order 3 on my account and 2 on her account. But yeah, there's usually a hard cap, but it's very easy to bypass that hard cap. It's usually more than you're going to be willing to eat. So we'll probably order 6 corn dogs and get her a slushie. And so it won't be a dirt cheap dinner, but it'll be a nice dinner for a reasonable price. We'd be looking at well, $5 each is not bad. 3 corn dogs and a slushie or a soda. And you're looking at like $4.50, $5. That's not bad. That's not horrible. Ow.
What'd you do now?
This hair, I wanted to get rid of it. It was annoying me.
Ooh.
Hey, it's charging. Nice. 50 watts.
Have a nice night, guys.
So, that's it. We're going to call it. I am so far extraordinarily impressed with this machine. Mingda, you did a good job on this. I have basically no complaints at all. It's the closest I've ever seen a sub $300 machine come to being a turnkey printer. Yeah, you build it, everything self-aligns. All the threads were clean. All the cuts were clean. There was no flashing. There was no burring. So the quality control was there. Plug all the wires in. Turn the printer on. Click the leveling button. Tell it to level. Sit back. Watch it do its level. Load filament. Hit print. You don't have to align anything. You don't have to calibrate anything. 94% appears to be the correct extrusion multiplier. I'm running most of my non-vase mode prints at 92% to 94%. So I would set your extrusion multiplier or flow rate if you're using Cura to 0.94 or 94%. Adjust from there based on the results you get. But 92 or 94% appears to be correct. And, make sure you have some alcohol handy. Wipe down the PEI once a day, to get the oils and stuff off of it. If filament stops sticking, check your temperature. The only time I had problems with filament sticking is when I used the wrong G code and I tried to change the temperature. Usually the temperature couldn't change fast enough for the first layer. So I would just have to reslice. Like, for example, yeah, Logan. Hey, hang on a second. Yeah, hang on. So if I have a PETG profile and I stick PLA in the printer, that creates a problem. But that's my fault. That's user error. That's not the printer's fault. The yellow came out absolutely stunning. Just simple yellow. Wow.
It's good.
That's beautiful. Now I gotta.
Lotus?
I'm gonna put like a red spadix in the middle or something like that.
Is that
No, it's a calla lily.
Calla lily? Can you make a lotus?
I love the yellow. Now I want other flowers. I want the rose. I want the tulips. I want daffodils. I want more flowers now.
Can you make a lotus?
I don't know. I'll have to look and see if there's any available.
Cherry blossoms.
Michelle, let me finish. But that's it. I will see you guys later. Michelle will see you guys later. And we'll be back next Wednesday. Hopefully I will have a more refined video of my initial impressions and overview on Sunday. Because, nothing has failed yet. Nothing is wearing. I don't see any debris anywhere. So far, it just works. For the price, I'm impressed. This is a $500 printer at a $280 price point. That's not bad. This is not an Ender 3 clone. This is more of a CR6SE, Anycubic Viper, Anycubic Cobra class machine. Because it's got the auto bed leveling, the magnetic flex plate. It's got everything, all the more advanced stuff. SD and USB, color touch screen. So it's not an Ender 3 class machine. It's more of a CR6SE, Cobra, Viper, Neptune class machine. So I believe it's one of the cheapest in that price range. I'll have to see what the Viper and Cobra and Neptune are selling for. Probably all similar price. I bet you they're all around $300. They're definitely eating Creality's lunch, that's for sure. But yeah, I will see you guys next Wednesday. I just knocked over the keyboard. Start typing. What the hell? Where the hell would that typing go?